All right, we're live. How are we doing, everyone? How are we doing today? How are we doing? Portland, day 2, VOD review time. Same as yesterday, we're going to go over all the games. We're going to point out plays and whatnot, make sure both players are playing properly. Just basic, normal, good, solid VOD review, right? If there's any of these decks you're trying to pick up and learn, yeah, streams like this, videos like this, right? Depending on if you're watching the VOD on YouTube, are really good educational resources. So, I'm just gonna get to it, right? Again, I'm not really like, I'm not gonna bother waiting for people to come in. People will come in flying, but or I should say like over time, right? But we're gonna start off here. Um, with Tyler Matthews versus Brody Robinson, both really, really, really good players, very accomplished players. Brody, of course, in seniors primarily, right? But he is an international champion in the seniors division, so that's definitely worth something. Tyler is very, very, very good. Chicago local, of course, um, and is been looking for that big breakout top 8 performance for a very long time now. Very consistent player overall, lots of top 16s, lots of 32s, but hasn't gotten to the top 8 yet. So I'm always rooting for Tyler, I'm always hoping he gets a big finish, right? Because he deserves it. He works hard for it, and he's so good at the game. But we're gonna get into this. I'm gonna turn off the commentators real quick. We're gonna see Entei Valiant versus Guardy. So this matchup's interesting to me. I am very inexperienced with both decks, but I have played this matchup at a League Cup finals from the Guardy perspective. Um, the commentators are even like acknowledging the fact that Tyler needs that top 8, right? But I have played this matchup from the Guardian perspective. It's not very fun if you don't have big explosive setups, but when I played it, it was without the Battle VIP pass, right? So obviously with the Battle VIP pass, you're less vulnerable to early game Valiant harassment, right? So let's see how this plays out between the two of them. But I mean, both players are very, very, very good, right? They're going to be at, so let's see here, 30 match points for Tyler and I believe 29 for Bodhi. Because this is worth pointing out. This is interesting because I know this game, if I'm not mistaken, it ended because of a gentleman's agreement. Um, which is quite relevant, right? Because um, just spoiler alert, real quick. I'll talk about more like a little bit more when it happens, but this game ends up going to Bodhi because of the gentleman's, right? Otherwise, they would have tied. I personally don't know why either player needs to gentleman's at this point in the tournament. It is round what's around 13? Yeah, around 13. So if they tie, right, they can both still make cut. It'd be harder for Bodhi, right? But Tyler has no reason to agree to the gentleman's agreement anyway. Of course, Tyler should never be backing out of the gentleman's agreement. That's just, shit move, right? But I'm surprised Tyler agreed to the gentleman's in the first place if he needs 35 match points for cut. Even if he ties, he can win the next one in an ID, right? So that's just my take, of course. We'll see how this plays out, though. Um, but prize cards, quickly going back there. Curly and Aralt could be rough for Brody, but I'm more so concerned about this Metacham in the prize cards. I don't know what Tyler's heavy ball count is, but I'm sure we'll find out. It's gonna be Brody going first and immediately slams down VIP pass. It's kind of what you have to do here, right? So he's gonna prize check. Write stuff down. We of course already know what's in his prize cards, so I'm not too concerned about that. It's going to be Greninja and the Ralts. The Greninja is really good in this matchup because it's a draw support mon that isn't super vulnerable to the Valiants. So, good grab, right? You're obviously playing this first to thin for the Mew to see if you can hit another VIP. Greninja first is correct sequencing, of course. So you thin, again, more for the Mew. Curly on hand could be rough if Bodhi is going for this Mirage Step play, but if he hits VIP here, he shouldn't need to, but that looks like a big fat whiff. Not super great for Bodhi, but I think is this just a pass? I don't see much in his hand. Let me yeah, we can definitely do better than that. Hold up, there we go, much better. Yeah, Reversal, Iono, Manaphy, Rod, there's really nothing going on here. Single Ralts is so dangerous here for Bodhi. I mean, obviously it's always bad as Gardevoir, but yeah, he just has to... Yeah, okay, so there's a heavy ball off the top for Tyler. So, we are going to have access to Medicham this game. That's good, that's very important. Medicham this turn might actually be a very big deal, right? Lets you pick off this Ralts, or potentially just pick off the Mew and then go for the Ralts, right? So, Bodhi immediately in a really, really bad spot. Kind of at Tyler's mercy here, never where you want to be, especially this early in the game, right? Two switching cards at the bottom of the prize cards might be relevant, worth keeping in mind. Medchip's going to hit the bench. I'm going to see Bazin. And what do we have here for Tyler? Nothing much, it seems. It's just going to be the Iono. Which I can imagine he's forced to play, right? But if he's not able to knock out this Ralts, he might get punished for giving Bodhi a fresh hand. But we see double VIP pass, of course, because Tyler is the GOAT. And I'm hard-pressed to assume that this isn't just, Moltres, triple Valiant makes sense to me. I really can't see what else you would really want to grab. You just get your 4 Valiant, and you go from there. No need for the Entei yet. You could go for the Entei instead of the Moltres. I don't think that's inherently terrible. There is also the Squawk ability. Squawk is an option if Tyler does need Squawk, but you definitely need 3 Valiant for sure. I don't think you quite need 4, but 3 is fine. But I think Tyler's only eyeing up to grab 1, which is very, very interesting to me. So Tyler's obviously more experienced with this deck than I am, but I really want to go over this for a second. So what's Tyler's thought process behind going for this play particularly, right? I guess the idea is you don't want to be too greedy. Like, you already have this Medicham in play. So as Tyler, what you're trying to do here is you're going to go ping the Mew twice into Yoga Loop, into then hit with either Moltres or Entei, kind of just saying like, hey, even if you promote the Greninja, I can boss, I can escape rope, I can whatever, right? I don't even think Tyler plays boss, but you can definitely escape rope, right? And no problems with escape roping. So I'm assuming that's the plan for Tyler, right? And then you're kind of saying, well, I don't actually need more than 2 Valiant. I can't help but be a little bit concerned about the mid to late game here, right? If you have this Squawk, this Medicham, maybe even the Entei, just clogging your bench, right? You might not have access to the mem pings you need to have access to close it out, but of course, if you do get rid of the Ralts here, there won't be much to close out in the first place. So, for me, it's less that you don't need 3 Valiants right now, and more so that I think you might need it more than because you don't need the Entei either, for example, right? The Moltres seems correct here. The Squawk seems correct here. I'm assuming Tyler does want to Squawk this turn. But maybe the Entei is just better. There's a Force Seal. Well, we can Force Seal the Medicham. Okay, so it doesn't make that big of a difference. But, yeah, immediately Bodhi, in response to the rope, going to throw the Greninja on the active. Kind of the only thing he can do, really. Force Seal Stone. And Squawk Fire goes to discard. This is going to be good for that Moltres, for the Magma Basin. I'm going to see 6 new cards for Tyler here. This is going to be the second time he sees 6 this turn. And there are a couple of switch cards, but he seems to be 1 short, if I'm not mistaken. Well, he could go... No, he just doesn't have it, because he can't base into the Medicham, if I'm not mistaken. So, he just, straight up doesn't have it. That's really unfortunate, honestly. I guess we might be trying to go for this fleet-footed, but it's going to be, Bazin, Valiant, Colress, Fire, Switch Cart, Nest Ball, I believe. Yeah, that's rough, but we're going to see a Rod off the top here for Tyler. Quite bad, honestly, but yeah, it's just going to be the Burning Rondo here. So Tyler, if nothing else, is going to get rewarded for what I'm assuming is correct play by grabbing the Entei instead of the 3rd Valiant. So I would have been greedy there, but Tyler is going to be the better player here and say, hey, I don't care, Mr. Streamer Man, if you disagree with my opinion. This is correct. But back to Bodhi's side. Bodhi definitely is trying to rush step here. Um, kind of can't really do anything else as Bodhi. But we do have Fog Crystal, and we have, I believe, the Mirage Step in hand. So we are gonna be able to grab 2 Curlias off of this Mirage Step, since one is in the prize cards. But yeah, it's gonna be rough for Bodhi here. He's gonna have to be playing from behind into a matchup where he kind of can't overextend with his damage counters. So let's see how this goes for Bodhi. We do see an Iono in his hand as well. I don't think I'd play it though. It's gonna be a Fog Crystal off the Mew, which is, I guess, never terrible to have. But yeah, we're just gonna be benching those two, evolving, retreating. Yep, the reversal energy is of course live because Tyler did take that knockout last turn. I guess there's an argument to be made for Tyler to not take the knockout because you don't want to proc reversal energy. And with Greninja and the active, the Mirage Step can never happen. But I think Tyler's going to value the prize cards. That might also be, a fair bit more relevant. But with Jirachi in play, this Medicham isn't doing anything, which is quite unfortunate. But this Mew still has a damage counter on it. 2 pings, and Tyler gets a free prize card. And then he gets to take another one off of the knockout. So 2 prize cards for Tyler's turn seems very realistic, assuming this course sees anything. But I see double DTE, Zard, Valiant, of course, and something else. So really not that good of a hand for Tyler. He does still have the Force Steel Stone, so there's that. I think it's a research. So we have the switch card, but we're still only one switching card in hand. That's just not enough here. It's gonna be the TM Devo off the top. Good card in the matchup, but not really in this situation. It's quite rough. I guess as Tyler, you can use this DTE to retreat. I think that's what he's eyeing up here. So you use the switch cart into a Valiant, and then use switch cart to retreat into a second Valiant, and then use Forest Steel Stone to grab another switching card to go back into your Entei. It's quite sketch to have to, but this is what it is. I just realized we have not sped this up, so let's do that, because we do not need to be waiting for these two fiddling around thinking about their plays. But it's just going to be the Yoga Loop. Okay, that is Tyler just... Huh. Okay, so Tyler is going to choose to hold on to his Force Steel Stone and attach to this Medicham this turn. And just attack with the Entei. We can attack with the Entei. This is really interesting to me. I quite frankly don't know why we're doing this. I feel like you kind of have to race Bodhi at this point because Bodhi is actually setting up a board, which is the one thing you're trying to stop Bodhi from doing. But I mean, I guess, right? You're going up 2 prize cards. You still have double Valiant. You still have the Moltres that can make this prize trade quite awkward for Bodhi. I just don't really see why the DT is going on the Medicham, though. I don't think we're ever going to be able to use this Medicham. It would only be to threaten active, I guess. Which, to be fair, there are several instances, especially if Tyler does attack Baby Gardevoir here, where it could come up, right? Any damage the Gardevoir doesn't inflict on itself, you can just make up for with your Valiant pings. But so I guess Tyler is taking the more conservative approach here, not trying to play too aggressively. But if he had grabbed both of the DTEs off of the Colress, he could have gone for both plays, but I believe the other cards were pretty valuable as well. So a lot of, frankly, quite tough decisions for Tyler here. But I'm really not convinced whether or not I think this is correct or not on Tyler's end. But again, I'm very inexperienced with the deck, so I'm not going to really make any claims. But we're going to see the Fog Crystal from Bodhi. And I think a single refinement has been used. So we're just going to do some basic Gardevoir thinning, notably getting rid of the Shining Arcana Guardy on Bodhi's end. So I'm assuming he does have a second one, or else this would not make too much sense. But one thing that is worth noting, though, is that this Mew is going to have a hard time retreating, but it is going to be the reversal to the Mew instead of a basic energy. That is That's odd, actually. I'm a pause on that. So we know Bodhi has a Fog Crystal in hand, or at the bare minimum, he's played a Fog Crystal, right? Which means he has had access for basic energy, and he did just flash the Iono, so we know he's about to Iono. Um, so why are we attaching this reversal to a Mew, right? I feel like a reversal uh, should theoretically be one of your most important resources in this matchup. I think putting it on a Shining Incarnate Guardi just makes the most sense, unless as Bodhi you're saying, hey, I only want to attack with my Guardi EX, which I mean fair. I guess that's a line from Bodhi, but um, I think if you do that on Bodhi's end, you are just going to lose the price trade naturally because you're going to be two-shotting these things. Besides, I guess the Squawk and the Medicham, which you can one-shot, but you're not exactly playing a lot of Gust. So I guess if Bodhi goes retreat into EX, Iono finds finds counter catcher, right? Then he's not in a terrible spot, but I still disagree with this just for the purpose of keeping your reversal energy around, right? Maybe even if if your game plan isn't to attack with Shining Arcana, that's fine, but you should at least keep the option available. Now he's down double reversal, and if he ever does need to attack with the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, it's going to take way too much damage and just immediately get picked off by either a Tachyon Bits or a Yoga Loop. So I disagree with this. If we only had access to this reversal, it'd be fine. But when we all know that Bodhi did have access to that psychic energy, I can't help but find this play disagreeable. But alas, we are going to see the refinement here from Bodhi. We're going to see an evolution and a Shining Arcana into, I believe, Rod and something else, and then there we go, Catcher from Bodhi. So this was the plan from the start. You get the catch, you save the Mew, right, to maximize your odds of the catcher. And I'm assuming it's going to be this Medicham we're going to be getting rid of here. It would be my idea, but we're going to see the retreat into, I'm assuming, the EX. It could be the Baby Guardi, but the EX is going to be the choice here. I think that's probably correct. And we're going to see a second Rod being played already just to get that Curlia back. This is interesting to me because I feel like you kind of want to hold the Rod maybe, but what I'm going to quickly go back and check is I want to see what he got back with that first Rod he played last, or before he Iona'd, I should say. He got back... He was considering the Curlia, but he ended up getting back the Greninja. Okay, so World's Guardian Greninja, I guess these are all good, but maybe a bit of a misplay getting back any of these over the Mirage Step. If you do know you need the Mirage Step this turn just to evolve your ults, you should probably have gotten it back there instead, but I don't know. I mean, I guess you probably don't need the rods too much in this matchup, right? The rods aren't like the end of the world not having them, but at the same time, you're kind of signaling to Tyler, like, hey, this is a resource that I no longer have access to. And sure, Bodhi no longer has any Pokemon in his discard pile, but it isn't exactly, optimal, right? But regardless, we are going to see this catcher play come out from Bodhi, and we are just going to knock out this matchup. So 2-2, going into Tyler's turn. So Tyler is still very much favored from here, but it isn't exactly free. The question I think Tyler has to ask now is, if you're trying to get back this Medicham to still pull off a Yoga Loop play, or you're just going to commit this 5th bench spot to an Iron Valiant, but it's going to be an Entei instead, which is quite interesting, but I guess it's going to be for its Force Steel Stone. Maybe did not want to attach this to the active. I'm really not sold on this Entei, and the reason for that is that, well, I guess no. So I know Tyler only plays 2 Entei actually, and I believe Tyler might already be down his Rod, so maybe this is correct on Tyler's end to just secure the fact that you have an attacker, right? But I'm not sure. Let's just keep that in mind. See if it comes up later. It's gonna be the Fleet-Footed for the fire energy here. I'm just gonna Earth and Vessel it away. That's really good. You get to Magma Basin it back, and you get to grab an extra fire out of the deck here. So, good stuff for Tyler. Good stuff for Tyler. But, yeah. The problem is the lack of switching cards here. We do see quite a lot of switch cards actually in Tyler's hand. We're going to go into this Valiant. We're going to ping the Guardy. So I think the idea here for Tyler is just going to be pressuring this Guardy, trying to force it out of play, I guess you could say. It's going to use the Basin, I believe. Assume to... I'll hate the Moltres here. Entei is good too. Entei is a great grab. Yeah, just because this means you can now attach from hand to evolve to attack next turn. It's going to be the attach retreat with the DTE. Okay, cool. Yeah, so really not having this booster capsule is being a problem here. But oh, that's actually a knockout. I didn't realize that. 120, 220. Yeah, it's perfect math. Yeah. Yeah, because Bodhi had to attach 6, or attach 3 energies for 6 damage counters. So, yeah, Tyler can go down to 2 here, and there's still 1 damage counter on this Mew. So this Mew should be a very easy knockout. Yeah, so ignore what I said about the Entei, because this Entei is now 100% correct. You do need the second Entei here to respond to Bodhi's response here, as Bodhi is going to have to... yeah, Bodhi is going to have to do a lot here to win. It's going to have to be on Iono, and probably just hope that Tyler doesn't have an energy and like a switch. Of course, because you need to go into this Iron Valiant, but I would have liked to see the Shining Arcana attack then on Bodhi's last turn. Just, what's it called? Just because you wouldn't be, like, you should be expecting Tyler to take the 2 prize cards off the Guard EX, whereas alternatively, especially, again, if you'd had that reversal energy, again, Bodhi down 2 reversal energy, right? Kind of wasted both of them, really. None of them were really used for, like, any big attacks. He's not going to have that option in this late game, but he might not need it, frankly, if this Iono does stick. But obviously, no, with the reversal energy, his odds could have been better than they currently are. And, yeah, I'm not sure. But off of Bodhi's Iono, he is going to see the Ultra Ball, which is going to grab the Guard EX, so that he does get to play the game here. Gets to knock out this Iron Valiant. Not Iron Valiant, this Entei. And, yeah. Yep, maybe 5 energies there. His Gardevoir is going down to 40 HP. And now, as Tyler, can't imagine it's great. We're going to see the Entei promotion. We're going to draw for turn. I see Switch, Radiant Zard, and a Nest Ball. Not amazing here. We're going to see the Nest Ball being played. Probably just a thin here. You never really need the Radzard here. The Moltres kind of already does what you need the Radzard to do. So we might just see this Iron Valiant come down as a way to thin the deck for Tyler. Yeah, I can't really imagine you'd do anything else. Yep, there's going to be the Iron Valiant coming into play. And then we're going to be living off this Fleet-Footed. So Tyler actually needs quite a lot of cards here. So it does need to be a supporter, draw supporter here, but it's just going to be an energy, which is quite rough. I mean, he can just attack this. Oh, he does have a switch. Okay, he does have a switch, so he's going to knock out the Mew, I assume. Yeah, take a prize. He's going to hit the Colress off the prize cards. That's huge. And he's going to be able to, yeah, play the Colress. So a switch card here should just be enough, but I don't see it. Oh, that's rough. Okay. Yeah, no switch off the prizes for Tyler, and he's just going to have to scoop it up. That's unfortunate. Yeah, if Bodhi hadn't had the vacuum there before the Iono to get rid of the Force Stone, he would have won that, or Tyler would have won that. I guess maybe on Tyler's end, what you could have done instead was instead of trying to power up this Moltres, or power up this Entei, you could power up the Moltres. Of course, Entei is probably the safer play, right? But for Bodhi to knock out the active Entei, he does have to use a Baby Guardy. So maybe the Moltres would have been better because the Moltres could have just been powered up immediately. You wouldn't have to worry about it. But I guess if you're promoting the Entei anyway for the fleet-footed. Maybe it's better, but I don't know. It's really a back and forth matchup. A lot of micro decisions being made here on both ends, right? Where one small blunder could cost you the game, right? It's really interesting, actually. Kind of like this back and forth of it, especially on Tyler's end here. There's a lot of decisions to be made that I think are questionable, but it's really hard to know like whether or not they're correct or not. But as long as Tyler is actually thinking about these things, then I think he's in a good spot here. But oh, I did totally just go back to the start of the stream. That is not what we want. But we have Bodhi up a game here. Here we go. So let's see how this goes. We're gonna have. That was almost half of the allotted time here. So let's check the prize cards one more time. A Guard EX on the top for Bodhi here. Might be annoying. An energy, but nothing really major. The only thing in the prize cards here I'm concerned about for anyone is the Squawkabilly for Tyler. Might come up, might be relevant. But it is going to be Bodhi going first. Okay, this is very, very interesting. So Tyler is going to choose to say Bodhi goes first. Let Bodhi go first, which is quite interesting. I always kind of assume that as a Valiant, you're trying to go first against decks like this, against these setup decks, right? To kind of play for that donk, right? Give yourself the option to go turn one Valiant. But Tyler, again, he's going to play a little bit more conservative. He's going to play a little more safe, which is something we've definitely seen a lot from Tyler in this game. Very safe play, not going for too many greedy plays, which I'm not entirely sure is actually correct half the time, but he is definitely playing safe, fundamental, good Pokemon, and trying at least not to get the pressure gets his head, but. We're going to see the Ultra Ball for Bodhi, quite the rough one. It's going to be a Candy and Arconic. The second Ralts kind of say, hey, Tyler, I don't think you're going to whiff again, which is probably a fair ask for Bodhi, right? So, especially if Tyler does play this Rope, you don't have to give up your only Ralts or your Jirachi. You get to just give up a Ralts and say, hey, I can send a Rush Step next turn. But yeah, especially letting Gardevoir go first seems odd to me. I think as Tyler, I would have definitely chosen to go first every time there. Might just be me. We are going to see here that Tyler just played 2 Squawkabilly. I do remember seeing this on his deck list now that I am recalling it. So, won't be punished for the Squawk in the prize cards. So maybe that is the reason we are seeing Tyler choose to go second here. Because his deck is just so focused around this turn 2. Or this turn 1 going second, I should say. That he is choosing to play double Squawkabilly. But yeah, just going to shuffle up here. Not a lot going on in this hand. A shit ton of energy. Yeah, it's just going to be a Squawk and Seize. I believe that is Rod, triple energy, and a switch card. So we're going to be relying a lot on this Magma Base in this game. For Tyler, there is a Magma Base in hand. The play, hitting play. Wow. But really not a lot going on here. We do have a Moltres. We do have this Basin, and we do have a Rope for Tyler, so it's just going to fleet for the first, play this safe, but it's just going to be a Vacuum, I think? Or it was a second Rope, I don't know, but it wasn't great regardless. But he should always just be giving the Rolls without energy, in my opinion here. He's going to choose the Jirachi, though, which is quite interesting. I guess kind of not respecting this meta champ, kind of saying, like, hey, I don't really need to. But we are going to see the research now from Tyler. A lot of resources going down the drain in hopes of, like, setting up a board here. We're going to see a VIP finally being hit for Tyler, but, at this point, you're already so committed to this Moltres. You're probably not getting a lot of pings, if any pings at all, but it's going to be the double Iron Valiant here. Definitely the correct grab. I don't know what else you would really grab as Tyler. You could grab the Metacham, but that seems, so unnecessarily greedy when you can just get next turn. We do have tools, switch cards, and etc. in Tyler's hand, but nothing he really needs to use now. He's just going to be content with this turn 1 knockout with the Moltres, but Bodhi now definitely looking to use Mirage Step, I can imagine. And I'm assuming the reason we did not see Bodhi sacrifice his Ralts there instead giving the Jirachi is because he had the second Kirlia in hand. So kind of saying like, hey, I need all my Kirlias. I need to evolve this Ralts. But yeah, very standard Gardevoir turn. Just gonna not do really much. Just Mirage Step and yeah, take it from there. So go back into Tyler's turn. Now this is Tyler's big chance to really like swing the advantage his way. We're gonna see the first attack in bits here. It's gonna be on to, let's see here. It's gonna be the Mew. Okay, so still threatening the Mew. Seems correct to me. Second attack in bits here. Also on the Mew, setting up for either this Yoga Loop or another attack in bits. But at the bare minimum, saying like, hey, you can't promote this right without having to invest in energy, which is going to put more damage on Bodhi's board regardless. So Magma Basin coming down from Tyler, you're going to be wanting to use this card pretty much every turn, considering you have so many energy in the discard. But yeah, it's just going to be the knockout with the Inferno Wings once again. Back in a very, very similar position as game 1, where we're at 4-6 with Bodhi having Kirlias on his board, but it's going to be very, very interesting what we see here. We have a Cresselia on Bodhi's hand, which, might clean up his board a little bit of damage, but, really not doing any relevant damage to Tyler's side of the field, so it's quite rough. But we are going to see this Rod. It's going to be Jirachi, Shining Arcana, and Mirage Step. Yeah, you're going to need these resources back regardless, so I think this is fine. Going to be a Level Ball and a Shining Arcana hit off of the Refinement. Probably, yeah, Cresselia, not needed anymore. Ion was a good hit. We do have the Catcher in Bodhi's hand. It's going to be Ultra VIP off of the Arcana. I believe we're going to see the Ultra Ball being played here, getting rid of Ultra... I think it's just Ultra Ball for Ultra Ball VIP. Hello, Sentry. Welcome to the chat. How we doing? Yeah, just a Level Ball for, I'm assuming, Jirachi. Yep, there comes the Jirachi. And then I'm thinking we're going to see the active be evolved here. Going Catcher, the Squawk ability, and then into this Iono on Birdie's end. Would be what I'm expecting here, but yeah, it's just going to be, Bodhi swinging the prize trade back, lowering Tyler's hand size, kind of, trying to stop Tyler from doing too much stuff here, but we're going to see the Level Ball being played for Bodhi, which is going to be a Ralts. Seems fine to me. No big way for Tyler to really punish that right now, especially with the Jirachi in play. So, it's going to be an energy from hand, so saying, hey, if, Tyler, if you want to play or go to the same out as you did in game 1, you're going to need a third Iron Valiant on the active Gardevoir EX to knock it out with Moltres, with Entei. So, it's going to be interesting, but we're going to see Entei hit the active here, and a draw for turn for Tyler. We do have the third Valiant in hand. We're going to see the switch card first. Remove that damage. Tachyon Bits where, though? The question of Tyler also has to be, do you actually even try to knock out the active this turn? How scared are you of cards like Turo, right? But we are just going to see the Zard come down from Tyler here. Interesting choice. Not one I necessarily have a problem with, though. With the Basin in play and plenty of energies in the discard pile, you're kind of in a position where this Entei can really, really quickly be really, really scary for Bodhi. We're going to finally see a Future Booster come down. Didn't see any of those in game 1 on Tyler's end, but the Heavy Ball is going to be played. Curious to see if he even chooses to take the Squawk ability out of here. He is going to. Probably just his discard fodder. But probably the two best cards Tyler will need are now top of the prize cards, which is pretty rough, but this is quite interesting, though. I want to see the Retreat, I think, from Tyler. We do have a Force Sealstone in hand. A card that Tyler, despite having him play all game last game, really didn't get to utilize. So I'm really, I'm wanting to see Tyler be a little less defensive with some of these plays here. Maybe a little less passive instead of holding the Force Sealstone all game. But he's going to keep it in hand here as a bare minimum, right? Kind of saying like, hey, I'm not trying to get this thing vacuumed. But I'm just going to hit the Gardevoir here for to what are we at? 220. So this Gardevoir should now be at 300 damage? No. The Gardevoir should now be at 280. So 2 more pings. We're going to see the vacuum from Bodhi and just another Iono. So good thing the Forest Seal Stone didn't hit the board, but of course this Future Booster is now at risk. So, or not at risk, just gone really. That's another resource that Tyler now doesn't have access to next turn, assuming he didn't hit it off of the Iono. Which needs double Arcana and then a Refinement. Just drawing more cards with Bodhi. Not anything major in his hand, but also not really anything major he needs. If he does play the Collapse Stadium, it'd be a great hit right here. But we haven't seen it yet, so I'm not thinking he does play it. But we are going to see the Shining Hardigardi come up with the 6 energies now total, 100 damage on it. So quite a lot of damage on Bodhi's board. Plenty of space for Tyler to take some sneaky knockouts. I believe there is only 100 damage between this Mew, this Guardi EX, and this active Guardi. 1 more for the Mew, 2 more for the EX, and 2 more for the Arcana Guardi. So Tyler can make this work. Tyler could actually just win this turn. If he does draw the necessary cards here. We do see Forest Seal Stone. We do see the Valiant in hand. The problem is if you do go for the Forest Seal Stone, you don't get this 4th Valiant, but you actually don't need the 4th Valiant here. The reason why is that you can go knock out Mew, knock out EX, and just hit the active with Moltres. So Tyler might just have it here. I think he is going to math it out, but I do see quite a lot of switch cards. Oh, the Scapegoat is kind of where it gets interesting, though. But I guess with Bodhi at 2 prize cards, the Zard can one-shot anything, so it kind of doesn't matter what Bodhi does choose to go into, since this Zard will, again, one-shot whatever it needs to. So we're going to see the first Iron Valiant come down. It's going to be on the EX, and it's going to switch and knock out the EX. Tyler's going to go to 2 now, so I think Tyler does just have game. 2 pretty useless cards off the prize cards, but it's just going to be a switch card, knocking out the Mew. And then finally, I believe we do have the booster into the Zard. Yep. And we're going to go in game 3 with about 10 minutes left on the clock. So yeah. Good play on Taylor's end. Understanding what he needed to do to win there. Drew pretty well off that second Iono. But of course, when you're not playing switch cards for the entire game, you're pretty likely to hit him in the late game. So yeah, good plan. Good fundamental play on both sides, really. I'm trying to be nitpicky. I'm trying to find flaws in the gameplay here, but there really isn't that much. Which is kind of what I'm expecting from 2 high-level players here. I'd be surprised to see any major blunders on any end here. Yeah, I mean it's just. Oh, I did it again. It's just good fundamental Pokemon on both ends. So let's go into this game number 3. Bodhi is going to choose to go first. So let's see how this goes. Callum is going good. We're doing good. Doing some VOD review, but it's going to be the double rolls off the VIP. So finally, Bodhi is actually going to get to play a turn 1 VIP here. And it's going to shuffle up. So 7.5 minutes left at the start of this game. It's going to be rough if they're trying to finish this. But we'll see how it goes. I'm going to see the Greninja. Reversal and the Cresselia for Bodhi. Nothing special, but we are going to see, let's see here, double VIP, not double VIP, single VIP in Tyler's hand. Still pretty good. It is something. We do see the DTE, a Rope, Colress, so could very realistically be getting a Yogaloop this turn. It's far from impossible, and with so little time left, I would assume that it is a worthy risk for Tyler. But we'll see how this goes. There's going to be a Squawk in the Valiant here, Ida, for Tyler. It's probably correct. We're going to see a shuffle here. So let's see how Tyler does choose to play this out. Let's see the Rope. Okay. we just gonna squawk here? I really want to be playing this chorus, if I'm being honest, but I think... No, it's a research in hand. Okay. That's fine. I think the research here is actually fine. I would have personally liked... I'm going to pause here for a second. I would have really liked to see Tyler, instead of squawk, get the Medicham. Like, you know, embrace it, right? Just say, like, hey, if I get this turn in Yoga Loop, I get to take 2 prize cards immediately. You all but force Brody to... have to Mirage Step, which is going to give you an additional prize card as Tyler. You're going to start the game, effectively start the game 3-6, and from there it's going to be so hard for Bodhi to come back. So I'd like to see Tyler be a little more greedy, like, you know, you really, like, actually try for this Yoga Loop. Of course, if he has it, I'm assuming Tyler doesn't do it, but with the research in hand, I just don't think we need to be grabbing the Squawk ability. I don't really see the need. But it's going to be the pick Tyler does choose. I believe we have seen already like 3 DTEs in Tyler's deck, so getting rid of 1 isn't the end of the world. But there is the Valiant. There's Valiant number 3. I'm going to see a switch into it, onto the Rolts. Nice. In a future booster, and Squawk. Okay, so we were just looking for Medicham DTE. There was a Squawk in Tyler's hand, by the way. Which means that Tyler did just get punished for not grabbing the Medicham. If Tyler had grabbed the Medicham instead of the Squawk, he would have had the DTE before the research, and would have had the Yoga Loop here. Tyler should also, you know, be aware that he does have more outs to Squawk ability than Medicham, because he does play double Squawk, and I'm assuming only 1 Medicham, so there is that, but let's see if he hits it regardless. We're going to see a DTE, and I don't think there are any outs to this Medicham in hand. So it is probably just going to be an Entei, fleet-footed, and pass, unless this is the God hit. But nope, it's going to be another basic fire from like 5 energies. Yeah, 4 energies and nothing else in Tyler's hand. A complete break off of this Squawk ability, which is quite unfortunate. Bodhi is just going to go ahead and conceal the cards, and then Ultra Ball here. So we're going to see the Mirage Step come down. Which is going to be the line of choice for Bodhi. I think that's fine. Yep, just get the double Rolts. No Jirachi, though. Let's go. I want to quickly take a peek at these prize cards. Do we prize Jirachi as Bodhi? Did we even get to see the prize cards get laid out? Oh, we did. Wait, pause. Yeah, here we go. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so the Jirachi is prized for Bodhi. Okay, I did not realize this. Nothing besides that being special on either side, but Jirachi not being there for Bodhi is quite rough. It's going to be very, very vulnerable to this Medicham. Oh, too far. And we're just going to see this brushed up. Okay, so we're going to tie this right here. It's going to be the Yoga Loop, Medicham, off of the Fleet-Footed. I don't know what we really drove for turn. It looks like a switch card. So we do actually just have the Medicham here. Yeah, for Tyler. So we're going to see the switch card. Because we have the future booster, we do have the free retreat. 20 is going to go to a Curlia. We're going to bench this Medicham, attach retreat, and Yoga Loop. It's going to be, what do you have for prize cards? We have a top deck as well. It was close off the prize cards and switch off the top deck, so quite good for Tyler. Double VIP, easy discards here. I think that's a research, a Bazin, and a switch cart. So really nothing to complain about if you're Tyler. This is very, very, very good. I'm gonna see the switch into the Valiant without booster. Damage is gonna go on to the, I'm assuming the Curlia with damage already, but yeah, that's gonna be the decision for Tyler. Then we can go, yeah, switch cart into Booster Valiant, another 60 onto this Curlia, and another 60 onto this Curlia. Okay, so this is the play for Tyler. This is interesting, because Tyler does not have a switch cart in hand. So Tyler's going to make the call to knock out the Refinement Curlia instead of knocking out the active Curlia with his Entei, which is probably correct on Tyler's end. Obviously, getting rid of Bodhi's draw is quite good. But again, there's now only a minute left, roughly, on the timer.
Tyler's going to debate this energy attachment. It's going to go to the Squawkabilly. Quite interesting. And then we're going to see a pass over to Bodhi. Huh. Yeah, so how does Bodhi get back from this? It's going to be the Ralt and the Curly coming back on this rod here. You kind of have to do this as Bodhi. And it looks like we're about to go into time. Turn 0 on Bodhi's turn would be my guess. This Radiant Greninja is going to see a Artisan and a what's it called? Shining Arcana Guardy, the good Guardy, the baby Guardy. Ralts off of this Artisan. 15 seconds left. I do not think Bodhi's going to finish his turn. Being Guardy, of course. So we're going to attach that energy from the Shining Arcana. He's going to go Refinement, and time is going to be called. So we're going to see the EX into Catcher Play, like every other game, to knock out this Metacham. Which is definitely correct call on Bodhi's end. Especially getting rid of the Metacham when we're going into turns of time is quite relevant. Yeah, so this is going to be interesting. Time was called, but we don't really know if the time is accurate to what we saw on the timer for the stream. So I'm going to assume, based on the timer we have, that Bodhi is turn 0, meaning that Tyler's now turn 1. But if that is not true, I'm sure we'll see it fixed in a second. But it's going to be the Moltres Ida from this Artisan. Kind of debating on whether or not he wants to grab it on Tyler's end. But there is still access to this Metacham. The problem is that with the DT in hand, that's how we're playing 3 DTEs. We have 2 in discard. So even if you are able to rod back this Metacham, you're not going to have the energies to attack with it. So gonna make the call to just not have the bench space open for it. You're not going to be able to Metacham anymore. Just kind of accepting that. We're going to see the attachment from hand, the Basin come down, and the research away in energy and some other useless cards for Tyler. So looking good. I see Escape Rope. I see Switch Cart. And what now for Tyler? We are probably trying to knock out this Gardevoir, but I'm not sure we actually can knock out this Gardevoir as Tyler here. I'm hitting 200 damage. It's going to be 220. You've put 6 extra. Yeah, you'll only be at 280. So no knockout in the active for Tyler this turn. Of course, you can still play this Escape Rope. That'll give you something, but I'm going to see the switch first. And then what? So I need the Tachyon bits from the active onto the active, once again onto the active. Then we're going to see a retreat and a fleet-footed, so it is going to be the call to just attack into this Gardevoir, try to clean it up next turn. Yeah, and put 200 damage on. So this thing will now be at 260. It'll need 6 pings to be knocked out next turn, but of course, with 3 Valiants, that is plenty. Perfect, even, some would say. So we're going to see the Level Ball, I believe, whiff from Bodhi. I believe the Shining Arcana has now already been used as well. So with Bodhi, you're probably going to go for this Iono this turn. There is a Reversal Energy that is a huge hit, but no, actually not, because there are even prize cards, which is quite rare in this matchup. But again, good play from Tyler. Kind of saying instead of playing this rope and taking a knockout, I'm gonna not haste too much and stay even on the prize cards, not activate all of Bodhi's comeback mechanics. But there's gonna be a Scream Tail out of the deck or out of the hand. Interesting bench here. I do not hate it. We're going to see the Iono. So a Refinement and a Shining Arcana not used on Bodhi's end. It's going to be quite good. Going to give him a lot of access, a lot of options. Eyeing up some energies to attach. We're going to see an attachment from hand and a retreat. Oh, thank you so much for the raid. Hell yeah, welcome guys. Doing some VOD review. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to this real quick. So catching, yeah, welcome. Catching what Bodhi did here is gonna be the attack onto the Entei going onto 2 prize cards, and this should now be turn 3 of time, I believe, going into Tyler's end. Keep in mind that these players do have a gentleman's agreement. which is going to be quite important here. So Tyler's going to draw off turn. He's going to hit another Valiant, which I guess is fine, but there should be a way for Tyler to close up this game, or at least put him in a position where, according to Gentleman's Agreement, he should be winning this game. So let's see how this goes. It's going to be a Nest Ball first. I do not believe there's anything else. There's an Entei. This is what he's going to grab. You do only need 3 Valiant Pings here for Tyler to knock out this EX. So I'm assuming the plan is going to be to knock out the EX with the Pings, and then go knock out the active with probably the Moltres. It's going to be our plan for the Gentleman's Agreement here. Yeah, so we're going to see the Forest Sealstone. Tyler's going to eye up what he has in here. Not a lot going on, in all honesty. What now? I see a boss and I see an Iono eyed up. It's going to be the Iono. It's going to have to be. Yeah, what's the fire on the bench, Tyler? There is a Moltres and there is a Entei. The Moltres, when it has a damage counter on it for 1 energy, does 90 damage. So we're going to see the switch card first on our Tyler's side here. How are we going to do this? We're going to see... Yeah, so the damage I'm assuming is going to have to go to the benched EX. Be very surprised if it was anything else. Yep, it's going to be the call, and we're going to see this Iono. We're going to draw 4. Has to be 4 very impactful cards on Tyler's end. He's going to need to see at least a switch card, but I do not believe he has it. There is nothing going on here. Tyler cannot close out this game in any fashion. Hasn't retreated yet, so he can, just knock out this Moltres, but or knock out the active with this Moltres, but the buffering's unfortunate. If there's anything on my end, like if there's other people here who are experienced in that, just let me know. I'll see what I can do to look into it. But yeah, it's gonna be the Moltres knockout. That was turn 3 of time, of course. So the players are gonna have a debate on how this is gonna go. I'm just gonna spoil it now so we can kind of skip past this. This game is gonna end in a gentleman's agreement, and it's gonna go to Bodhi. Tyler is gonna give the win to Bodhi. I would agree that off of this board state, after Tyler whiffed the switch card off the Iono, the board is the board is quite favored for Bodhi. He has plenty of draw. Be very very weird if he didn't have the knockout, even just with the Scream Tail, which was on the bench. So actually he might even have just a game on board for the next turn. Hence why Tyler gave it to Bodhi. But what's interesting here is that a natural tie is not going to eliminate either player for competition. This is round 13 we're seeing here. So if this had ended in a tie, it would put Tyler at 31 match points, and it would have put Bodhi at 30 match points. And with 2 more rounds remaining, both players would have been able to make it at 36 match points or more if they had to. Tyler would have had to win 1 more and then ID. Bodhi would have to win the next 2 and then go into 36. But regardless, it would have been possible for both players to make it. Or sorry, I don't think it would have been... No, Bodhi would have been at 29 afterwards, actually. Would he? I don't know. But either way, both players could still make it. Bodhi was... What was Bodhi? No, yeah, so if it was a natural tie, he would go in at 36. Okay. Yeah, so what's interesting here is that they're going for a gentleman's agreement in the first place. I think if I was either player, I would have declined this gentleman's agreement. Of course, if you do make a gentleman's agreement at the beginning of the game, you should absolutely honor it, right? Of course, no one's forcing you to, but you're a real piece of shit if you don't. So I'm going to put that one out there. Please honor your gentleman's agreements. It's very, very, very important. So yeah, of course, I'm assuming both players commit to the gentleman's agreement at the beginning of the game, and Tyler is honoring it. Of course, I'd expect nothing less from him. He's a great guy. He's a great player. I'm assuming Bodhi would have done the same. If Tyler had hit that switch card, gone down to 1 prize card, knocked out the EX and Iono Bodhi to 2, I'm assuming Bodhi would have just given it to Tyler. But the point is that I don't actually think there was a need for this gentleman's agreement to happen in the first place, since a tie would knock neither of them out of contention. So yeah, that's my opinion on that. But we're just going to jump into round 14 now, and this is going to be a game that is going to or maybe already has. I haven't really been paying that much attention to Twitter, but this is a game that should be stirring some controversy. Vance Kelly and Dan Hugar. So first of all, stacked matchup, 100%. Vance Kelly, of course, our reigning world champion, playing Mew, DTE Mew, on the left. And we'll see Dan Hugar, the absolute goat of goats, the dad of Chicago Pokemon, uh, on the right here, playing Lost Zone Tina. I love Dan Hugar. Dan Hugar is like the greatest guy ever, and that's not even remotely a hot take. Yeah, everyone loves Dan. Um, but this game, especially in Game 3, there's a certain thing that does happen in Game 3 that I do want to get a replay on when we get there. That's gonna, I'm assuming, has caused quite a bit of drama on Pokemon Twitter, but I again I haven't been paying attention to it. So maybe people just don't care. I don't know, but we're gonna see some controversy here. But we're gonna start off here. Dan's going first on this Lost Tina. Gonna see a VIP off the bat. Gonna do a price check. There was nothing. God damn, I did it again. There was nothing interesting on either player's prize cards. If anything, Vance pricing double VIP is kind of funny. But as long as turn one is okay, this won't be a problem. So Dan is going to price check. Gonna take his time. And we're going to grab double Tina off the VIP. Of course, that's because we have the second VIP. It's going to grab a Comfy and another Comfy. So, good grabs on Dan's end. I think the only card you like actually want here as Dan that isn't already on your board is a Cramorant, but it's not like you're lacking outs to it. I think getting cards in the Lost Zone as fast as possible is going to be more of a priority than putting damage on the board for Dan. Since really all Dan needs to do is just do Save Fly once and just spam Tina until he wins. So it's going to be double Jet off of this first flower selecting. So fine, like, I mean, good enough, right? You get to see your Jet energy. Can get rid of a VIP, keep a Jet. You don't really need this third VIP, I guess it would be, right? And a Nest Ball going away. So what does the grab the Tina V instead of the Nest Ball? I guess there is a world where you do need 3 Tinas in this matchup. If Vance does go for this 2-2-2 prize race, you might even want to like force Vance into his 2-2-2 prize race. Of course, if Vance does get an early knockout on a Tina V, it might be a good line for Vance. So Dan playing around that, being proactive, saying like, hey, if that is what happens, I want to have my third Tina available. But yeah, this single Jet energy with the Comfy and the Active is going to get quite a lot of value. You're going to get 3 lost cards in the Lost Zone. There we go. For Dan, but we're gonna see the Genesect bench from hand, and we're gonna see the Ultra Ball away, a Judge and a double Turbo from Vance. So not the best discard if you're Vance Kelly here, but let's see here what we are grabbing. I'm going to look through his deck a bit more here. The real question is whether or not there is an out to this path of peak that Dan has put down. Yeah, but it looks like it's just going to be another Judge and another DTE. So Vance's hand would have then been what? Ultra Ball, Genesect, DTE, Judge. Isn't that a card too little? Am I missing something here? Or did... Oh, I'm assuming Vance just shuffled it in, right? Vance did have a hand before he used the Judge. Yeah, there was a card left. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. Nothing going on here. I'm just losing my mind. Nothing unusual. We're going to see the VIP and the Force Seal Stone for Vance. So, amazing hit off of this Judge. On Vance's end here, we're going to see a Genesect and a Mew. Don't really know what else he would grab here for Vance. Seems solid. He's going to debate going back into the deck. Maybe considering holding this Force Seal Stone. Maybe bluffing to Dan that he doesn't actually have anything off of this Judge. Or maybe trying to just say to Dan, like, hey, you don't get to use your Greninja. Just take a little bit of draw off the board for Dan. Like, you don't really have to do much as Vance here. you're not at risk of the hand interruption. At worst, you're gonna get Iono'd, which is gonna be like just +3 cards. There's no way you whiff the path out. So yeah, it's just gonna be the pass. So Vance is gonna be a little bit more conservative here, which in this instance I do quite like. I'm just gonna say they get rid of a Tina V-Star and then Colress from Dan. I believe Nest Ball, Psychic Energy are going to be the choices here. So I don't know what we're keeping. I see Rod. I think I see another Colress, and I'm not sure what the last card is, but I'm going to see a Flower Selecting number 2. It's going to be a Path and a Switch Cart. Good grab on Dan's end. Going to 7. He's going to play this Mirage Gate. Now the question is, can Dan attack this turn? We did already see the attach retreat, so I'm not really counting on it unless there's a second gate and a switch card in his hand, but I do not think we have that yet. Dan's just going to pass it over to Vance. Vance is going to rip Boss off the top, which is a great hit because you get to play the switch. You get to play this Escape Rope to switch to Genesect. You get to then afterwards Boss, and then you of course get to Force Seal Stone for the bump on the Path and Peak, and you'll be fine. Or, okay, let's be the vacuum. Okay, so I'm going to make the assumption that Vance does not play any stadiums besides Path, which means to bump this path, he's going to have to vacuum something away. It's going to be the rope going away, of course, because he doesn't want to play this boss. So we're going to have to find a separate switch card here for Vance, which might be a bit rough, but let's see how this goes. We do have an Ultra Ball. I see Path. I don't know what else was discarded, but it's definitely gone now regardless. We're going to see the Mew V grab from Vance. Again, there's really nothing else you want. You only kind of play 2 lines of Pokemon, so unless you're wanting the 4th Genesect, it's kind of always the Mew V. I see Palpad, I see Tablet. We are going to play the Tablet. So Vance really just needs to hit the switch card here. Switching card, I should say. Yeah, gonna go up to VMAX, evolve the bench, play the Palpad, grab like the boss he played, and I think it's gonna be the boss from the discard, or it might be the judge. Yep, it's gonna be one of the judges since he is already down to judge in this game. So let's see how this goes. Genesect for 5, Vance needs to hit an energy or a switching card. What we're gonna see, we can't see Vance's hand. That's annoying. Is it correct to not play around boss by the gate? I think if you're Dan, you're kind of buying into Vance's bluff. Vance kind of just judged himself last turn, played a VIP, and passed the turn, right? So if you're Dan, you're not expecting Vance to really have anything. And I think as Dan, you can kind of make the call that it is more likely that Vance has a draw supporter, which being DTE Mew is going to be likely a judge. It's going to be more likely Vance has a draw supporter than an out to bump stadium, because that's how Vance played the hand, right? Vance bluffed very, very well. He played his hand as if he had a judge, when in reality he had a vacuum, right? So Dan, maybe could have tried to call it, right? But is absolutely getting punished here. He is getting punished for not calling Vance's bluff here. So, well, I mean, technically it was probably incorrect on Dan's end, but I think it's less so about Dan making a mistake and more so about Vance bluffing really well here, which is, pretty common. We're actually going to see Vance bluff quite a lot in this game. It's not going to be the first time he's going to try to convince Dan he has resources that he doesn't, and vice versa. So it's actually just really good fundamental play on Vance's end, not giving away information. But Vance does whiff here, so Dan goes unpunished, and is just going to be able to play this Chorus, which is quite good. We're just going to be debating what to get rid of here. Of course, don't want to get rid of 2 important resources, but it's going to be the, I believe, the Comfy and a Water Energy. It's going to put Dan at 10. And it's going to put down the 3rd Giratina. So I actually quite like this. The problem for Dan here is I don't believe we have a V-Star in hand. And then there's also the debate on whether or not you even want to be taking a 2-price knockout here. I think as Dan, you're trying to go 3-3, and taking an unnecessary knockout is just going to put you in Iono range. So I do like the shred here from Dan. I'm not really sure what is left in Dan's hand, but it's definitely not a bad position to put yourself in, Dan. As Dan, I should say. Yeah, we're just gonna see the judge coming down from Vance. Surely he'll see a switching card this time. Be very surprised if he didn't. If he does, or if he doesn't, I should say, I wouldn't be surprised if he just wins the game too. But then again, because Dan has bench locked himself, which I actually think benching this 13 might have been a misplay, you want to have access to the Sableye. Now Vance is all of a sudden really not like that pressured to do anything. The only real reason he needs to do anything is just to hit something before Dan hits the boss. But um, comparatively speaking, to as well whether or not like Dan could have hit either boss or Sableye, right? Which would both have heavily impacted Vance's board. So I think I'd like to see Dan hold the Tina V, but I guess now you're in a position as Dan where you don't really have to worry about not seeing Tinas for this game. But yeah, we're going to see what's Vance debating here. It's going to be the heavy ball. He's going to grab this Mew V, which is interesting because you really don't need it. Might be some Ultra Ball Father, but it's just going to stay in the hand. So I actually wouldn't have hated to, just kind of keep it in the prize card and discard the heavy ball. But I guess as Vance maybe want to put the heavy ball in the prize card so you have something to burn later, might be the idea. Of course, with 6 items in the discard and that in those prize cards. But we're gonna see the tablet come down, so there's gonna be a knockout here for Vance. We're gonna see a Forest Sealstone. Just slap it down, and they retreat, and nothing much else. So yeah, it's just going to be the Techno Blast for knockout onto the Tina, and Vance is going to, after a lot of back and forth of both players kind of not doing anything, Vance is going to forward this prize trade, but we're going to see a Chorus once again being played from Dan. Really, really nice to see the Chorus here off the judge, especially when Dan's already played 2. Can't really see what he's considering here, but I do see a Cramorant and a Nest Ball, which I think is going to go to the Lost Zone. Astra, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We're doing some VOD review. We're going to see a Home Fee being used here, Boss to Lost Zone. That's pretty rough from Dan, but it would have been the second psychic energy going away if Dan hadn't made that pick. So it's unfortunate, but it is going to be the choice Dan makes. It's going to be switch card and switch card. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I want to see the third Comfy, and I think that's Gate and Gate. Okay, well, a lot of nice choices for Dan here because God forbid we made a decision, right? This is really, really rough if you're Dan. We're gonna have this Tina. I believe we've already attached retreated, but I'm not entirely sure. And yeah, it's just gonna be a pass over to Vance. So not great for Dan, honestly. You are kind of at Vance's mercy. Now, granted, Vance is down, I believe, double tablet. We'll see a belt come down for the Mew. And I think Vance is also down, is it 2 boss? He got rid of 2 boss, and then I think, no, it's 1 boss. He got rid of 2 boss, and Palp had 1 back. I just remembering if he used the boss last turn, but the Tina V was already in the active, so no need for that. Vance is just going to keep, lowering his hand size, filling it up, see if he can hit some good cards. There's going to be a Cram Heads for, I don't think I caught what that was, but looked like a tablet, which would be a very interesting grab on Vance's. And no, that is boss. Okay, so bosses, yeah, seems correct. You're just going to be able to knock out this Tina. Vance does need a switching card though, I believe, unless he already retreated. Yeah, he probably already retreated if he does have DTE on both Mews. And the belt to one of them. Yeah, so we're just going to assume there was a retreat here for Vance to be able to tackle Blast again, of course. But now Dan on the back foot. It's going to have to be a good old-fashioned Roxanne path. We already see the Roxanne. Yep, being slammed down from Dan. But I mean, all things considered, right? I mean, if this path sticks, if this Roxanne sticks, right? I mean, Dan needs to attack twice. Well, no, that's not quite true, is it? Because there is no damage prematurely set up on these Mews. So there is, of course, the out for Dan to Sableye first with a 1 prize on the active, so even if Vance can attack, it does not matter. We do see the path for Dan, which is the most important hit here. So we're going to see, I believe that was Rope and Iono. Two pretty good cards that I'm assuming we want to keep around, but it's going to be the Iono going away here, and a Sableye to the bench. We're going to see a Rope. Yeah, seems fine. You kind of don't care what's in the active for Vance, and Vance kind of also doesn't care what's in the active, so it's not going to make that big of a difference. We're going to see the attachment of the Psychic, and we're going to see the path come down. We're going to knock out the Genesect. Okay, that's interesting. So it's going to be 3 on the Genesect, 3 on the Mew, 3 on another Mew, and... Oh, is it 6 on Genesect? Really? Oh, because there was a switch card. Okay, never mind. Yeah. So Vance has played a switch card at some point in the game, hence why it needed 6. Okay, cool. So this is going to put Dan in a good spot. I don't actually... You know what? We need to talk about this. I don't know if knocking out that Genesect was correct. I think it's Dan. You're trying to go 3-3 regardless. I mean, I guess you're now giving yourself the option to knock out a 2-prizer and a 3-prizer at this stage in the game. And you're taking... Okay, you're getting rid of Vance's draw, actually, which is true. And I guess you don't... Okay, yeah, so this was correct on Dan's end because you don't need to... you don't really care, what... Vance does at this point, right? That we're behind on price cards, because Dan is already going to be behind regardless. There's no real comeback mechanics for Vance. The only thing would be potentially an Iono, right? Iono might make a big difference here, but it'd be very, very niche. I'm assuming Vance plays 1 at most. And it's still only 4. It's still 4 cards for Dan, right? It's not the end of the world. But more notably, you already get to put your 3 damage counters on 2 Mews with DTEs. Of course, Vance is going to have a fresh Mew with DTE ready now, but of course, you can just what's it called? Not Lost Impact, Star Requiem. There we go. You can just Star Requiem that Mew. So, not the end of the world by any means. But the main thing, the main benefit to taking these 2 prize cards isn't actually taking the prize cards. It's just to get rid of another draw for Vance. If Vance is able to get rid of this Path to Peak, he's now going to have 1 less Genesect and 1 less Fusion Strike Pokemon in play. So yeah. Whereas I think there is a case to be made for Dan keeping the Genesect alive to stay at 6 prize cards. He's going to make the call to further disrupt Vance by getting rid of a draw piece for Vance. But not a lot going on in Vance's hand, it seems. Although I do believe, actually, because I did watch this live, yeah, so there's a vacuum off the top. So Vance is once again trying to bluff here. This is the second time we've seen Vance trying to bluff. This is, again, really good play, especially playing DTE Mew. Learning how to effectively bluff is really, really, really good. So I believe the hand is Ultra Ball, Ultra Ball, Battle VP Pass, and Vacuum. So, of course, Vance could just vacuum this Battle VP Pass, draw a bunch of cards, right, do whatever. But Vance knows that he's down too many power tablets to actually get to knock out this Tina, right? Even if he does draw through his entire deck. So playing this vacuum is just not achieving anything for Vance, right? And his body language and how he plays and what resources he looks for in both his discard pile and Dan's discard pile is going to he's trying to signal to Dan that hey, I really have nothing off of this Roxanne. I have no way to bump this path. This is really bad. I'm just gonna have to hit the Sableye and pray I top deck, right? Really signaling to Dan that hey, my hand sucks. Don't hand disrupt me. Which is a smart thing for Vance to do, right? It's good. What you have to do, you can even if you look at the camera, of course Vance isn't gonna say he doesn't have it. That'd be lying. You are not allowed to lie to your opponent in Pokemon. That's a rule. It's a rule that actually exists. You are not allowed to lie to your opponent. But Vance's body language is going to signal that he does not have it, which is completely fine. So we're going over to Dan's turn. And of course, Dan needs to knock out this Mew, or nothing will really matter. We're going to get rid of a Sableye here. You don't really need the second Sableye at this point for Dan. We do see a Rod, which is going to be good for our gate plays. I believe we have double gate in hand already for Dan. We're going to Pokegear first, so this is just going to be the Roxanne off the Pokegear. Dan is going to make the call to say, hey, I still want to Roxanne you. You still got a top deck last turn. I'm going to technically give you -1 card. So the yeah, the Roxanne is going to be the play for Dan here. Good heads up play on Dan's end. Definitely the correct decision to go for this Roxanne, right? You've already been bluffed by Vance once in this game. You kind of now already know as Dan that, like, hey, Vance will just straight up try to convince you there isn't a vacuum in his hand, right? It's already happened once this game, and Dan did fall for it. Dan's going to call it this time, whether intentionally or not, is going to say, I'm going to Roxanne you, because regardless of whether or not you have it, regardless of whether or not you're bluffing, right, I have no way of actually knowing that, but Roxanne will regardless still put you to a -1 hand, because Vance is coursing with 3 now after the top deck, and we'll have 3 after top deck with the Roxanne here. Would have had 4 if Dan didn't Roxanne. So, yeah, Dan is just going to say, hey, Judge or Roxanne path again, you have 2 cards. You need to get around this Giratina in any way. If not, then Dan will just win because there are 4 energies on this Tina. So it's just going to be an impact into an Star Requiem regardless. And of course, there is a boss left for Dan as well, and one that he should be able to guarantee regardless. So there is going to be a nothing for Vance. I believe it's Ultra Ball, Feather Ball, and Power Tablet. That's just not enough. There's nothing Vance can do here. Vance just, yeah, scoops it up. Of course, because Dan had a 1 prize card left, it didn't matter what was in the active. So yeah, big deal. Dan is going to win that one. Close game, really close game. Good comeback from Dan. Very good fundamental play on both ends. I mean, again, nothing I'm really complaining about. It's kind of the hard part about VOD reviewing day 2, especially at the end of the tournament, because you have players who are, playing really good fundamental Pokemon, right? And you try to, like, nitpick at their gameplay, but of course they're playing really well, so yeah. The matchup's interesting. I think it is DTE Mew favored, in my opinion. To the point where a lot of Tina decks do play the Spiritomb. Dan is not playing the Spiritomb though, which is quite interesting. But there is still so much comeback, right? Even without the Spiritomb, putting a Tina in the active and just pathing just works against Mew so often that I do think there's an argument to be made for the matchup being favored. I think it's like a 55-45 in favor of DTE Mew without the tomb. I think that's pretty reasonable. Sometimes, however, Tina can just fall victim to its to like path, not path to the DT player's judge. So, is DT favorable choice over Fusion Strike at the moment? I don't really know. I think whether or not DTE is better than Fusion Strike to me comes down to how much Zard you think is going to be played. Zard is currently the most popular deck in the format. That might change. Tina might, eclipse it. Tina might take that spot going into Charlotte, right? Liverpool maybe even. We don't know that yet. It's kind of hard to call Liverpool. I think Fusion Mew is the better deck, but I think DTE Mew has a better matchup spread into the top decks. Primarily, it has a better Zard matchup. It has a Zard matchup that is actually winnable. Fusion does not. Fusion cannot beat Zard. It can, okay. It can beat Zard, but it's not really in your control. You have to really high roll, which is just not reliable. So if Zard continues to be dominant, if Zard continues to be the most played deck, I think DT is better. But if Zard goes down in popularity, I think Fusion Mew is better. So that's my take on that. But there are, plenty of players more experienced with Mew than me. I played it once, and maybe $1,000, and then I stopped. Quit while you're ahead. So yeah. Oh, what is this? I'm gonna pause that real quick. Okay, nothing that should matter. All right. Anyway, yeah. So Vance is going to, I believe, flip heads going first on this cram and grab a VIP. Yeah. Okay. Nothing special here. Oh, and he's just gonna pass. All right. Pause. Let's actually take a look at what's going on in Vance's hand. So I think that's vacuum, power tablet, judge DTE. I'm not entirely sure what's in the back, but definitely double judge and a DTE here. So for Vance, we are just going to be playing this. Yeah, from Vance, we are just going to be playing this VIP pass, and I think passing is just kind of correct, right? Like, you're not that afraid of what Dan's about to do. You have a vacuum in hand, you have a draw supporter in hand, right? Yeah, you kind of don't have to care that much. You're not going to get a hand shot turn one. Dan is always going to chorus. So I think holding this hand and not trying to thin it down to do anything else is probably correct on Vance's end. But yeah, we're going to see the chorus right away from Dan. There's going to be quite a lot of energies there, I think. We'll see a Psychic and Iona go away. And it's going to be Jet, Catcher, and Grass taken. But not a lot of good stuff going on in Dan's hand. I think we're just going to see an Abyss Seeking on a path. There is a path. We know Vance has the answer, but yeah, it's just going to be an Abyss Seeking from Dan. Going to get rid of a VIP and a Comfy. Very curious to see what's left there. If we are getting rid of a Comfy, but it's not going to matter too much. We're just going to see a Judge being played from Van. Or from Vance. Van and Dan. Yeah, Zard is going to be everywhere in Liverpool. Yeah, well, I mean, Zard is the de facto, like, it's going to be a top 3 most popular deck regardless for Liverpool. So if you want to play Mew, you should play DTE probably. If you dodge Zard though, choose Mew is just straight up a better deck, in my opinion. It's straight up a better deck. I would personally never bring DTE Mew to a tournament. To me, that's akin to bringing, like, Arctina. Just judge path the deck. But that does work for some people. There's no disrespect if that's what you want to do. I mean, the deck clearly wins, right? So, yeah. We're going to see Vance continue to go through his deck. But, I mean, if Vance has a switch card, or a DTE, because the energy was attached last turn. So, if Vance even has a DTE, then he's going to knock out this Greninja here. If I do remember correctly, this game is going to go quite fast. Let me just yeah, this game is going to go quite fast. If I'm not mistaken. So we're going to see an Ultra Ball being played here. It's going to be a Mew V. Vance is then going to go Cram Tails and draw until he has 6. Yeah, not like Dan's odds. We'll see another Cram being eyed up here. We have the DTE to retreat. So, yeah, we are just going to see an attack here. Nothing else going on here. Then we're going to Nest Ball for Dan. Dan's going to see what he can make work here. Regardless, just going to take a peek, see if it's possible. I mean, Dan is always playing this matchup for a comeback regardless, right? So the difference here really is just like whether or not you are able to pull off the comeback. You're always going to play from behind. So this game is not unwinnable for Dan. And then yeah, so Dan is going to say, hey, I saw an extra card from the Greninja. He's just going to admit to it, right? Everyone saw it. The judge saw it. Vance saw it. And Dan is just going to say, hey, because I remember hearing, I was watching this live. Like Dan's going to say, hey, give me a DPL. I'm going to scoop anyway, right? I'm like, this game is unwinnable. I'm going to go to game 3. Good call from Dan, scooping up early, giving himself advance time for this game 3. And of course, Dan. I mean, obviously, if Dan gets the DPL, there's just no way the comeback is ever going to work, right? So yeah, happens to the best of us, right? Dan's just gonna pack it up anyway. So yeah. Let's see what we got here in the prizes. We're gonna see a Roxanne, a Chorus for Dan, and we're gonna see a Force Seal, a Mew, and a belt for. I guess the Palpad might be relevant. Palpad might be relevant on Vanta's side here, but not entirely sure. In all honesty, how much that's gonna matter, but it's kind of gonna depend on like Vance's early game, like whether or not Vance has to discard a lot of supporters. So we'll see. But we're starting the game here. Of course, I need to go on a quick tangent about this. I really don't like it when they start the game before they flip the camera to the table, right? And this isn't the player problem, or even the table judges, because the table judges get a signal from production that says, hey, you guys can start the game. And then the table judges go, all right, players, you may start, right? And then the players start. And the players obviously can't see the camera. No shit. So so they don't know if it's actually being shown or not, right? So there's like a disconnect between the production and the judges, or I mean, yeah, whatever's going on there, right? Where production will tell the judges, okay, you can start, and then not actually start. So we have a situation like this where if you're watching the game back, we can't actually see what the choice was for Dan here. Now, in this case, I do know the choice was the Jet Energy and the Path. Of course, the Path is more valuable, so that's what Dan is going to take. But in any other situation, we'd have no way of knowing. The weird part is the weird part especially is that the camera that the judges are looking at is just like an overhead camera and nothing else. They don't have all the transitions. They see the price cards as well, right? They have the price card cameras available as well. But like the judges will, or not the judges, the commentators will start to commentate before the game is even like shown to the viewers, because to them they see, oh, the game started, right? We have to cast this. So yeah, a little production thing. I'm sure it could be ironed out, right? But it's been a consistent problem since I believe OCIC last year, where they've been doing this. So yeah, it's a bit annoying, but regardless, we're gonna see the Nest Ball being playing for Dan. He's gonna do a quick price check. I'm not sure if in Dan's position I'd want to go for a full, thorough price check here, since you are kind of pressed for time. There's 17 minutes left, but if you're checking in the head and like in your head as Dan, you're probably expecting anywhere between 15 and 20 minutes left on the clock. So you should be playing pretty fast here if you want to finish this game. Of course, you can always ask the table judge, right? So they might have done that too. But we're gonna see the Tina being lost zoned here, instead of the Jet Energy not wanting to double Jet Energy, and the Path coming down and passing. So Vance now is gonna go VIP. He's gonna do his own little prize check, of course, and we're gonna grab Mew and Genset. So we're going to vacuum away. What do we do? We vacuumed we vacuumed away Path to get rid of Dan's Path, and now we're going to vacuum away Mew VMAX to get rid of our own Path, and then Tablet, and then draw 3. So it seems fine. The debate here is whether or not you want to use the tablet as Vance, right? Whether or not you want to commit that resource. But I think if you're Vance, you're not really doing anything here. If you're not using this tablet, drawing 2 is not good. Obviously, it's only 1 less than drawing 3, but with only drawing 3, you really have to just maximize your odds here. So I think this is fine from Vance. It's a bit, it's technically greedy. But I personally typically prefer greedier plays. I think they're more often correct. I'd rather take that risk, personally, because the alternative is you just don't get to play the game. It's again playing to win, or playing to your outs instead of playing not to lose. I think as Vance, if you're not playing this tablet, you are playing not to lose. So, yeah. Yeah, so we're going to see the Ultra Ball away a Fusion Energy and a Judge. Fusion Energy, of course, being dead since, Hugar is not playing the, the Spiritomb here. We're going to see a Gen for 4, kind of greedy, debatably, on Vance's end. Ultra Balling away the Judge instead of playing it. He could have played the Judge instead of playing the Ultra Ball, but he's going to opt to play the Ultra Ball. He's going to get rewarded. He's going to have the Judge. So I guess that's fine, right? Yeah, not too big of an issue. It was definitely the correct call on Vance's end in this case, but he could have potentially gotten punished for it. You really do want to be judging Dan at this point in the game. This is where Dan's deck is most susceptible to bricking. So if you can brick Dan here, you just get it over with and easy. But we see VIP Nest Ball, Jet Roxanne, so not a lot of good stuff going on in Dan's hand here. Yeah, it's not looking too good for Dan. We're going to see Heavy Ball from Vance. Going to write down his prize cards. He's going to grab the Mew again. He's going to bench it, which is fine. We're going to see another Genesect, drawing 4 this time. Another Path, Tablet, Elisa's. Yeah, and a pass over to Hugar. So just see the Chorus. I believe was that Chorus at the top? Did Dan skillfully top deck Chorus because he has a good deck? Oh, dude, Dan has a good deck. Yeah, Dan has a great deck. Okay, what do we got here? We got VIP. Don't need that. You have to keep the Tina V-Star because you already got rid of one. And I think the call is going to be Grass. I'm just going to check his prizes. Of course, the prizes he wrote down just before he gets rid of that. New Comfy here. Going to debate whether or not we're getting rid of Jet Energy or Iono. It's going to be Iono. Yeah, it's a tough call. It's a lot of tough calls with the deck, but we're going to see Rope. Entei Mew, always correct for Vance. I'm not really sure if I like the Box of Disaster ever going on this Genesect, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. Box kind of doesn't do that much in this matchup. But I believe that is a Nest Ball. We didn't see the Nest Ball itself, but the effect is definitely Nest Ball. So there is that. And what now? What do we do as Dan here? We do have this Jet Energy. I believe we are just going to see a Nipa Seeking. Yeah, so this second Tina is just going to say, like, hey, Vance is probably going to knock out my Tina. And, of course, Dan manages to hit double Grass with a Grass in the Lost Zone. So, not even a bait there. It has to be the same line. I believe it was Nest Ball getting rid of, yeah. Putting Dan at 9 in the Lost Zone. Getting rid of the Sableye is annoying, but it's not, like, the end of the world. Could definitely be a lot worse for Dan, but we're going to go over to Vance's turn. Vance doesn't need the whole lot. We're going to see this Elisa Sparkle being played. I quite like Elisa Sparkle in this deck with the 2 fusion energies. I think it's a great counter to Spiritomb. Yeah, I think this is how I'd personally play the DTE Mew, especially because if you play 2, you do actually get to like attack using the energies, which is quite nice. So, see a tablet being played. This is tablet number 2 on Vance's end. Supporters already been played, of course. We're going to see a Genesect for 2, a Forest Sealstone come down. That's quite the good hit. But we have a Vacuum, we have a Path. I think the problem for Vance here is that, like, you really don't want to be using this Vacuum. You need to have as many outs as possible for this late game. You're kind of expecting Hugar to, go for the typical Roxanne Path play. Yeah. I don't believe... I want to see that second tablet being played. This is 3 tablets down for Vance now, and now we're getting quite greedy with this. That always goes to your bench. Yes, thank you, Vance. But Vance doesn't have a VMAX. Yeah, so we're gonna see a draw for 1, not VMAX. We're gonna have to flip over the V-Star. Flipping V-Star here just to get your VMAX is quite rough for Vance. It's actually really, really, really bad. It's gonna mean that this path play is just going to get better and better for Dan, right? Because now the choice of the free card here has been wasted for Vance. So yeah, back to Dan. We talked a lot about how rough that turn was for Vance, but I mean Dan's board is quite barren. We're gonna get rid of this boss to play this Chorus. Dan is going to need to see quite a few more cards. What's the grab? There's going to be Jet Energy, Water Energy. Now we're at 5 energies in the Lost Zone for Dan. That's really, really scary. You do not want to be in this position as Dan. A lot of resources going down the drain. I think this is going to have to be a Sableye turn if you're Dan. Especially with Vance at 4 prize cards. If you can force him to take a knockout on Sableye, you're probably fine. We're going to see the Sableye being played, and we're going to see the Mirage Gate with it. Of course, grabbing Water and Psychic with all the Grass energies being in his hand. So, I think if you're Dan, you really, really want to be benching a second Tina, but if that's not available, what can you do, right? There's another Psychic energy in there, I believe, and I don't know what the last card is. It's going to be the Path to the Peak. Yeah, that's going to be energy number 6 hitting the Lost Zone for Dan. And now we're getting quite scary here, but we're going to see this switch into the Sableye. And Dan's going to make the call to hold the Path. I actually quite like this, because this isn't necessarily the turn you're trying to disrupt Vance, because Vance doesn't need anything this turn, right? He realistically wants to Psychic Leap, but he doesn't need to do anything else. So it's not going to matter too much. Yeah, so that's going to be tablet number 4. So you might be wondering, well, why am I keeping an eye on these tablets so much? Well, if you watched this game already, you're gonna know why, or if Twitter's been talking. So yeah, Vance is gonna play this tablet. Of course, as you might have noticed, when Vance plays a tablet, he's gonna lay it in that specific spot on the table for the entire turn, just to signify that it's been played, and then move to the discard pile at the end of the turn after he attacks. Right. So yeah, Vance here, tablet's gonna sit there, and Vance is just gonna try to thin out his hand, draw as many cards as possible. Thin the deck, right? Make sure that he has as many outs to the path play that he knows is coming as possible, right? So once again, I'm gonna draw a card, and yeah, can we get an instant replay on that? Because Vance here, my good buddy pal Vance, I've never spoken to him, is gonna do something you're not allowed to do. We're gonna see the Psychic Leap from Vance. He's gonna pick up the Mew, and while picking up the Mew, he's gonna pick up the Power Tablet, and he's gonna shuffle it into the deck. Now, after this game is concluded, which it will in just a second, I'm gonna talk about my opinions on this, but for now, obviously, you're not allowed to pick up a Vance effectively, right? Because the tablet was played earlier in the turn. Vance effectively just took a card from his discard pile and shuffled it into his deck. That's not allowed. I don't know if you guys knew that, but new players gonna catch it. Judges aren't gonna catch it. But of course, if Dan is keeping an eye on Vance's resources, he should now know, hey, Vance is supposed to be down 4 power tablets, right? Maybe Twitch chat also said something. It's very, very possible. We're going to see the Cold Rush off the selecting from Dan. So let's just, set that aside for now. See how Dan plays this turn, right? Or at least tries to play this turn pretty normally. We'll see the Cold Rush being played. There's a path in there. There is a energy and a gate, I believe. I don't know what the last card is. It says Cram that got lost in, of course. The Cram, not really needed in this matchup at all, but especially not in this board state. I think is that a Jet Energy as the last card? It's maybe the gate we're getting rid of. I'm not really sure. Oh, it's a Catcher. Okay, definitely the Catcher is Dan here. But looking at the board state, I mean, this is a great board state for Vance, all things considered, right? Because you don't have a VMAX in play. You're going to have 3 prize cards. When you do have to, do I think he did it on purpose? I'm going to get to that just a second when the judges catch it, right? I want to see the full game being played before I make that call. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, so we're going to see the gate from Dan. We're going to see the gate from Dan. Here, of course, needing to knock out a Mew. Kind of realizing that, hey, Vance isn't going to just let me hit these 3 prizes. But at least going to take out an energy and the belt being quite relevant. Well, would if there were more tablets, of course. But again, keep in mind that Dan is playing with the information that Vance should be down, what's it called? 4 tablets, right? Vance should also be assuming he's down 4 tablets, right? It's because he's played 4 tablets. But there's going to be the path bump here. I'm going to thin down his hand. So play the boss onto the stabilize. So, really, really good board state for Vance. The problem is that Vance doesn't have a way to knock out this Tina, right? With all the tablets down. So, yeah. That's the rough part. But we do have a TMD evolution in Vance's hand, I believe. Or no, that's a vacuum. I'm just tripping. Okay, that's a vacuum. That's not a TMD though. Okay, but if he did have TMD, it would be quite sick. Oh, is it TMD though? No, it's not. Okay, I'm all over the place. We're gonna vacuum with the Iono. I'm gonna get rid of the Force Seal Stone. Making the call that Dan is probably about out of path at this point. I'm gonna draw 3. We're gonna attach. And then what now? Man's gonna look for the discard pile. Counting his resources, we're gonna see the Cram flip. And the judges are gonna stop. Yep, the judges just took Vance's discard pile. And I think neither player really knows what's going on here. What happened? What happened is that Vance, when he used Psychic Leap, also shuffled back a tablet, a power tablet that was laying on the board. He shuffled that back in with his Mew. So effectively, shuffling a card from his discard pile into his deck. Right. Obviously, very not legal. But I believe this is where the players are going to get the news, assuming someone in the crowd or someone in Twitch chat caught the play. But they are going to keep playing, and there's the tablet. All right, so they're going to keep playing. So something's all right. That's weird. I mean, maybe the judges just told them to keep playing as normal, but the judges are going to pause the game again after looking at Vance's discard pile. And pause. Yeah. So, I can already tell you what's going to happen from here. There's going to be a judge review. They're going to go back, look at the footage. Oh my god, I cannot English today. Yeah. I wouldn't say it happens all the time, but long story short, I personally think it was an accident. Yeah. Well, Luke, the problem with that argument is that like we've seen stuff happen on stream so much recently that the argument that they would never try to cheat on stream has been so common that you can actually cheat on stream and then people will defend you regardless, right? Because we will never, like, the fact that there's one fact here, no matter what, the general public will never know whether or not this was intentional for Vance. We will never know, right? Like, regardless of what Vance says, regardless of what anyone else says, we have no way of knowing, right? We will never know. But skipping ahead here, we're going to once again see the clip. For those who weren't here, they're going to replay it here. Bang, bang, done, right? Tablet goes into the deck, and Vance is going to shuffle it here in a second. Yeah, so get the slow-mo, bang, right? All right, let's talk about this. So, I think this was an accident. The reason I think it was an accident is not because it was on stream. It's not because Vance is a world champion. It's not because he was playing that, like, not for any of those reasons. It's because that, let's make the assumption, let's play devil's advocate for a second here. Let's make the assumption that Vance was cheating, right? Vance needed the tablet back and therefore shuffled it back in, right? Under that assumption, Vance needs that tablet to win the game. Except he doesn't, because tablet basically has no merit at this point in the game. He's only getting one tablet back. He has one belt, which means he cannot one-shot a Giratina, right? If he cannot one-shot the Giratina, the tablet has no meaning whatsoever, right? It has no meaning, unless he's trying to Psychic Leap again, but when Dan takes a two-price knockout, Psychic Leap also loses all meaning, because whether Dan goes 3-1 or 2-2 doesn't matter. So, Vance, regardless of whether or not you think he cheated, would have no benefit to cheating. If anything, the tablet being in deck is actually making his deck worse. It's giving him less outs to the cards he wants to see. So I think this was an accident because there was frankly no merit to Vance shuffling back in a power tablet at this stage in the game. But obviously, regardless of whether or not this was intentional, this is obviously a game loss, right? Vance has played halfway of his turn with a illegal card in his deck, a card that should not be in his deck at this point in the game, and is going to get a game loss for it, right? He's just going to get a game loss. That is the correct ruling. That is what the judge is going to, have happen here. Of course, it sucks that the series ends this way because it was a pretty good series, pretty back and forth, right? But that's just how it has to be because it's a legal play, it's a legal move, it's an illegal card that's in this deck, and it is a very, very justifiable game loss to Vance. So, not a DQ, right? It's not going to get escalated, of course. Yeah, of course, his board was messy, right? Like, there's so many, like, other factors, right? I mean, a lot of people can play with a messy board and not make mistakes like this, right? So, like, whether or not his board was messy doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter, right? Obviously, it means that he's more likely to make these mistakes, maybe, right? But if Vance is used to playing with a messy board, then he's used to, not having to make those mistakes. Unless Vance makes mistakes like this a lot, in which case that's a separate debate. But we don't know that. There's no reason to assume that. So within a vacuum, just looking at this situation, there's no benefit to Vance for cheating here. So of course we'll never know for sure, right? Whether or not Vance tried to cheat, but I find it very, very hard to imagine that this was intentional, right? Of course, being on stream doesn't help, right? Because it's always going to get caught, whether during the match or after the match. It's always going to get caught. So, yeah, just yeah. He's going to get the game loss, and Dan Hugar is going to win. And then we're going to now ignore all the drama that I'm sure Pokemon Twitter has had a field day with, and we're going to admire this beautiful, beautiful screenshot and a great quote from a great man. You have a good deck. I have a good deck. Sorry, my bad. I have a good deck, Dan Hugar 2024. Amazing quote, right? Always remember that Dan is the GOAT, and this is an undeniable fact. Sorry, not sorry. All right. Enough about that game. Let's go into round 15, the win and in. We've got my boy Hector Ibarra. Once again, we did look at a Hector game yesterday against Trent Shen. Now, Hector is back. He's playing against Azul Gracia Griego, some guy I've never heard of, clearly. Azul must just be some random... Azul's really good, right? We all know who Azul is. Azul is obviously one of the best players in the world. Probably... Actually, no, I'm just going to call it. Azul is the best player in the US, in my opinion. I think it's a debate, but I do think Azul is better. Of course, this is once again for Hector. Hector is a very consistent, very good player. I'm not going to pause on that frame. I want to pray. Hold up. That's fine. Hector is a very, very good player, very accomplished player, but of course is missing that top 8, right? Plenty of 16s, plenty of 32s. Very similar to Tyler Matthews. Another Chicago local who's very good, very consistent, but missing that breakout performance, that top 8 finish, right? That they both, quite frankly, very well deserved. Yeah. I don't think it's top 8. It's not 5 top 8s in a row, Luke, but it is. If you ignore tournaments where he didn't make day 2, then yes, it is. But he has had tournaments in between that time frame. From Worlds to now, where he hasn't made day 2. So, but for every tournament since Worlds where he's made day 2, he's made top 8, which is an insane statistic. I mean, that's an insane statistic for anyone, right? But yeah, Hector here, insane player. We call him Dan in Chicago. I thought that was his name for like half a year. So we have our 2 Chicago Dans who both play Tina. But yeah, of course, Azul. Just kind of being that guy on Zard once again. We also saw Azul yesterday. We saw both of these players yesterday. Both amazing players. I'm expecting really, really good play from both sides, since they're both, more than capable of it. So, yeah, let's see what we got here. Greninja, the prize cards for Hector is pretty annoying. Catcher and prize cards for Azul could come up, but besides that, there's really nothing super special in either prize cards. Just kind of basic, right? Not anything you really care too much about. But we're gonna see the card flip, and it's gonna be Hector going first with a Cram Attach Pass. Sick invite. Okay, that's unfortunate. Oh, rip. And they're gonna move the camera. Okay, so Azul. I'm just going to debate how to play this. He's going to Ultra Ball away a Pidgeot EX and a Zard EX. So not the greatest hand Azul is sitting on here for sure, but it's going to be interesting to see what the grab is here. I'm assuming we're looking for a VIP pass. So Lumen Arvin, I'd expect. I see a Candy in hand. I don't really see anything else. But we do have Candy in this hand. I'm assuming we have at least another out with a Pidgey, not a Pidgey, a Pidgeot, if we're Ultra Balling one, right? But it's going to be the Arvin for, of course, the Force Seal Stone and the Battle VIP Pass. And Battle VIP Pass, I'd assume is going to find Charmander Pidgey. I don't really know what else to grab here. Rotom would be nice, but If you don't have the out, you just don't have the out. But yeah, it's going to be the VIP for Pidgey Charmander, of course. Yeah. So, yeah, I think Path. Well, actually, let's pause this. Chat's bringing up an interesting, interesting debate here. Whether or not you go first here. I think Tina choosing to go first is interesting, but we don't actually know if Hector chose to go first. There's a real chance that Azul chose second. Azul choosing second is very possible here. So yeah, I don't think either player is going in blind. Of course, day 2 is going to have poke stats, right? But both Hector and Azul have been on stream in day 1. So, I mean, I'd be very surprised if either of them were going into this matchup blind. So yeah. Yeah, Hector's just going to have a really bad start here. I think Azul probably win the coin flip and Joe second, but frankly, I don't know. Turn 1 Path or turn 1 Tomb, especially turn 1 Tomb, is really, really good on Hector's end in this matchup. I know Hector does play the Tomb. We saw it yesterday. But back to Azul, we're just going to see this, Arvin, VIP, is then going to Rod back the Zard and the Pidgey, which, I mean, you kind of have to expect. It's going to be a VIP to the Fish and a Pass, I believe. So we're going to draw for turn for Hector. There's the Chorus, so we are at least doing something, I hope. And there is not a single Comfy in there. Sick invite. Yeah, it's rough. You definitely did Tina V. You're probably looking to Abyss Seeking this turn. Abyss Seeking as Tina in this position isn't, like, terrible. This would be a Chorus and a Iono gotten rid of here. I actually want to double check. What do we grab instead here? Path, Water, and Tina V. So we're going to be using all 3 of those cards here. So I guess you kind of have to as Hector. Yeah, nothing else going on. So what we're doing as Hector here is we're saying, hey, yeah, I want both these draw supporters, but I would rather get to Abyss Seeking and Path my opponent, right? And then you hope you hit like a draw supporter or something off this Abyss Seeking. So you not only get cards in the Lost Zone, but you also get to disrupt Azul. There's a very real shot that Azul just doesn't have it here because he might need to force Sealstone for like a Candy, for like a Zard, like, you know, whatever, right? So yeah. We're going to see the Abyss Seeking is going to be Rod, Jet Energy, Colress, and Psychic Energy. So it's going to be the 2 energies hitting the discard here, or the Lost Zone here, which is unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. Did Azul just top deck that Lost City? No, it was in hand already. Okay, so unfortunate for Hector. Azul kind of just having the nuts. Well, it's not really the nuts. Azul's hand is kind of mediocre, but he does have the counter to what Hector is doing here. But I think Hector played to his outs. Of course, you don't really have that many options as Hector is in this position. Yeah, you're kind of just out of your opponent's mercy, but Azul is going to have both the Zard and the Pidgeot in hand, so I guess Azul might have just started with 2 of each in his opening hand, which is pretty crazy, but I guess it'd be like that sometimes, right? But yeah, we're going to Infernal Rain, 2 to the Zard, 1 to the bench Charmander. I mean, completely standard vanilla Zard gameplay, and we're going to see the high 5 off the research. Hell yeah! Bring it back. Okay, for those who don't know, for my fellow boomers out there, once upon a time we had a card called Professor Sycamore. I'm sure this also applied to Juniper, but I did not play that back then, right? When you played Sycamore, which is just research, it's literally just research, right? When you played Sycamore with a 0-card hand, you high-fived your opponent. When you played Shaman EX, which has the same effect as Crobat V, right? You fist bumped your opponent. Of course, when you have an empty hand, right? When you have an empty hand. So if you research with an empty hand, when you set up with Shaman with an empty hand, you either fist bump or you high five, depending on the card, right? And this got lost to history for a while, but I've seen a lot of people try to bring it back. Seeing this shit on stream makes me happy. I remember going to my first regionals ever in seniors and just throwing out fist bumps with my fucking Shaman. Because I would force my opponent to fist bump with me. I was like 12 and I thought that was okay. It's not, right? But it was funny. Of course, mainly to look back on. But yeah, love seeing the research high five there. Please introduce that to your locals or do it with your opponent at a regional. I love to see that shit. It's so funny to me. Of course, we don't really have a setup Shaman or a Crobat or anything in the format. I guess you could do Squawk with 0 cards in hand. I guess that works to an extent, but research high five. Hell yeah, love to see it. All right, back to the game. Back to the important stuff. We're going to see Azul draw 7. Really, really good setup for Azul here. The turn 1 was kind of scuffed, but you know, it doesn't really need to do anything special, right? It just needs to set up, and that's what Azul is going to do here. So I'm going to get the Charmeleon. Good grab. Kind of just gets to hold a candy, which is nice. Yeah. What are we going to have here? I see a Mew, I see an Energy, I see an Ultra, I see an Arven, but it's just going to be a swing here. I don't really know that you need to, you know, do anything as Azul here. See a Colors on Hector's side. There's a Rod, a Switch Card, a Nest Ball. I believe it was like a Colress and a Comfey, if I'm not mistaken. I could very well be mistaken, though. I'm not entirely sure. That's great. I'm so happy to hear that. Research high five is the greatest thing ever. They should reprint Shaman just for that. Alright, well here's gonna be the Comfey coming down off this Nest Ball. Hector is kind of getting rewarded here for not lost zoning the Super Rod that's in his hand right now earlier in the game. Now being in a position where he can safely lost zone it this turn. Of course, you never want to lost zone it, right? But it's better than the alternative. So we see Jet Energy and Sableye here. Quite rough. You kind of need both of those, but you can reasonably get rid of the Sableye. I don't think that's like terrible here. It's gonna be the Jet Energy going away though. You probably don't need it that much. It's obviously nice, but we're gonna see another path here for Hector, and we're just gonna spit at this Charizard. So that's good. That's fine. You're kind of trying to like say like, hey Azul, please don't boss me. Obviously, if the Tina gets bossed, it's kind of rough. Not that Azul has to boss the Tina, but if Azul does boss the Tina, this Zard will be guaranteed to live at least another turn, which would further Azul's advance by quite a lot. So that is going to be the Arven though, so no funny business happening with the boss's order. It's just going to be Vacuum and the Vitality Band eyed up here for Azul. Yeah, so I mean, good call. Just kind of get rid of the path. If you have a turn where, I mean, if you're not bossing, then your supporter kind of doesn't matter for Azul. So, might as well get rid of the path now. Give yourself access to that Pidgeot. Although one thing for Dan here, though, is that Dan is, not Dan, sorry, Hector. Hector is about to go to, goes to 8 here, though, so a Chloris or 2 Comfeys is going to put him at magic number 10. But we're going to see a Ultra Ball, Ultra Ball Iono from Azul, and this is going to grab him a Zard, and yeah, just another Infernal Rain, sets up second Zard. It's going to be a good spot to be as Azul, but I don't see a lot of Fire Energies in Azul's deck. I think that was the only one, if I'm not mistaken. That's quite rough, all things considered. Maybe the Jirachi coming down, and a swing. We have a Fire Energy prize. I believe that was the only one prize though. So with the Rod down, Azul is going to need to find a way to set up a third Zard here. He might not need to in this case, but because Dan isn't really Hector isn't really drawing too well. But yeah, so yes, is it 6 fire? Okay, if it's 6 fire, then it's probably double Rod, right? Yeah. Okay. So okay, so Azul does have access to a Rod, another Rod, but for now though we are going to be seeing just this. But yeah, on Hector's end here, there's really not a lot going on. I do not even think we have a Tina V-Star, if I'm not mistaken. There's 4 cards in Azul's hand. There's a switch card. Yeah, into this Cramorant. Rough. Sableye comes down just as something, right? Doesn't have a lot of value for Hector at this point in the game, but We're going to be trying to spin at the second Charizard here. But Hector really, really needs to set up some more Giratinas, right? Because now Azul is quite obviously going to go find boss off this Pidgey, or top deck it, right? Didn't top deck it, so it's just going to be a boss off of this quick search here. No reason to do anything else. There is nothing threatening on Hector's side besides that Tina, right? So if you can just take the Tina off the board, all of a sudden, you know, both of these Zards, like even though they have damage on it, on them, are going to be completely safe. So, oh, but it's going to be an Iono instead from Azul. Okay, that's really interesting. I typically do consider Azul to be a better player than me, but obviously everyone makes mistakes. So in this case, I'm going to assume Azul did. So what's the idea behind using this Iono instead of using a boss here, right? Because if you're Azul, I do not believe Hector plays TM now. If you're Azul here, surely bossing is always better, right? I guess the idea, no, because even Shred is never enough to knock out the Zard, right? So maybe you're trying not to put yourself to 3, like to full vulnerable to Roxanne. But I feel like your board is already so well positioned to handle Roxanne, especially the fact that Hector doesn't even have a Tina in play, that you kind of don't care if you get Roxanne pathed. Because yeah, you get Roxanne pathed, but you have double Zard in play, right? Hector can't do anything to you, so I guess the idea is that even if you go to 2 prize cards afterwards, then Hector puts a Tina V-Star in the active, knocks you out, and then Azul would not have enough to knock out Tina. Azul would need, I believe, Vitality Pand and Hector to take 3 prize cards. Yeah. I guess TM Devo maybe, but the thing about the Iono is that it's not really a hand disrupt at this point in the game. Like, yeah, Hector had a stacked hand, like a lot of cards, but you know he's still getting 6 cards off this Iono, right? Like if you're scared of TM Devo, Iono isn't necessarily the answer. And Tina isn't exactly known for playing TM Devo, right? So yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, when both start, I mean that makes sense, right? So I understand line like after like talking through it, I understand Azul's line here, right? Azul is choosing a more defensive route, by saying like, hey, I'm gonna knock out this Cramorant, like even if I don't know, like you're not playing into Roxanne, but you're just playing into a different out for Hector, which in this case is off of the 6 cards. Hector goes bench Tina, gate to Tina, knockout active, right? So Sam was playing TM Devo, yeah, but like you're assuming a typical you're assuming a typical what's it called, Tina list, right? And I'm sure that Azul's network is good enough to like he would have been told that Hector played TM Devo before the match if Hector played TM Devo, right? So I don't think Azul will reasonably play around TM Devo. I think that's just complete overkill on Azul's part. There's no need to do that. It's like playing like back in the day, like you'd play like against Turbo Lost Box and they'd play Drapion. Like if you see the Drapion, you don't expect them Kyogre, right? Like there's no like if you see a Drapion, you never play around the Kyogre because there's no reason they play both, right? It's akin to that. At this stage in the game, and especially this stage in the tournament, right? If this was round 4, maybe Azul can play around it, right? I still think it's a bit greedy to play around it, but Azul can play around it, right? Whereas in round 15 on stream, against an opponent that has already been on stream, right? You're not playing around Sam Devo. You're just not. Like, there's no reason to it Azul. There's no way Azul doesn't know Hector's 58 at this point, right? So back on topic. I personally think the boss play on the Tina would have been correct, especially if you were able to put a Charmander into play. Don't know if Azul would have been able to put Charmander into play while bossing, but regardless, I think that's what I would have done. I don't think the Iono play is terrible by any means. It's a more defensive play, but at the same time, if Hector does draw moderately well off of this Iono, he's just going to be able to swing at you, right? So, not boosting puts your price. I'm not. No, well, so you have Charm Pidgey on bench. What? No, why? There's no Charm here. What are we talking about? No, so you can't get Roxanne here, but you can get knocked out, right? Like you can get knocked out. So you're still falling behind. If you don't like if Hector off of this Iono goes hits Zard like for knockout, right, and is able to also establish a Tina on the bench, which off 6 cards really isn't that unreasonable. Then Hector is still ahead, right? So like Azul can lose from either side, right? I just think he is more likely to lose from the Iono play than from the boss play, right? But regardless of what play Azul makes here, there is a chance he loses, right? That's just the nature of this matchup. I think the boss is better because the boss is going to put you ahead and it's going to buy you an entire turn. So even if Hector does go for Roxanne Path, you have an entire turn where he's not doing anything, right? Because he doesn't have Tina's in play. But regardless, that aside, let's focus on what Azul did do, and that is going to be the Roxanne. So, Hector going to go through his deck, use some selectings. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, doesn't matter. Like, you could be the greatest player of all time, you're still going to make misplays, right? Everyone makes mistakes. And this is round 15 of a tournament. Like, you're going to be fatigued, right? Like, I'm not saying I would have made the perfect play here, but obviously, you know, being able to look at it, like, after the tournament, you can, you know, pick apart stuff like this. This is just how you learn, right? But yeah, I'm going to set this aside. I'll let chat talk about it all they want. I'm not going to concern myself with chat anymore. But yeah, Hector is obviously digging for V-Star. He's going to find the Tina V, which he obviously needs. There's going to be a Chorus, so Hector just needs to see Tina V-Star here. There is going to be a Tina V-Star. Not the greatest draws besides it, though. Probably opts to get rid of the Grass Energy, but it's not really great regardless. You kind of need all of those cards. Okay, making the call for the boss. I don't think that's terrible. I don't think that's entirely super terrible, but yeah, we're gonna evolve this Tina. We are gonna be able to knock out this Zard, and now this game is gonna go to 4-4, which means that even when Hector does take this knockout, this benched Tina. Well, I guess this benched Tina could be bossed actually. So as Hector, you're probably trying to get another Tina in play, either this turn or next turn. We're going to see the lost impact from Hector. So let's see what Azul goes for here. I am thinking though, like if I'm Azul in this, obviously Azul's going to think through this, right? But just off the top of my head, I think what seems correct to me is if you're able to go establish your last Zard, right? You want to establish another Zard. For sure, if you have the resources, right? I don't know that you do in hand. I don't know that he has those resources. But I'd really like to see boss onto the bench Tina because the bench Tina can help you one shot. Whereas if the bench Tina evolves next turn, you can't one shot it, which is going to make it really dangerous. Right, you're not really in a hurry to knock out the Tina that already has damage. So I think it has less value probably. But the most important thing for Azul here is that regardless of what he does, he has to take a knockout, which means he has to go into Roxanne Path range, which means his number one priority is to set up a second Zard, right? If he can also boss, I think boss is correct, but if he can't boss, he has to prioritize the Zard play here. So you can take it. Yes, you can take an Oko if Hector takes 2 prize grows. Well, so I guess you could ignore it, but maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, actually, maybe the boss doesn't matter. Unless Hector tries to do something else. But then Hector will have like another turn where he doesn't have to do anything. Like if Hector has a fresh Tina, then he has a turn where he's allowed to whiff. So yeah, Iono isn't also like terrible for Azul here. Iono's also kind of fine, but Azul's gonna fulfill step number 1, set up second Zard or third Zard. Sorry. So yeah. There's gonna be a Iono. Okay, so the Iono is fine here. I think I prefer boss still, but regardless of that, this Iono is gonna be really, really good. It's a big ask to expect Hector at this point in the game to set up a Tina. There's a lot of resources in the Lost Zone. There's even more resources in the discard pile. Hector's slow start is really coming to bite him in the ass at this point. Yeah, he's just back it up. Assumingly bad draws off of this Iono, and it's just curtains, right? So good call on Hector just to pack it up right after noticing like, hey, I got nothing. So yeah, a bit unfortunate, but I mean, the early the bad start early for Hector plus Azul, keeping up tempo all game, is just gonna leave, it's a bad spot for Hector. It's a bad spot for Hector. So unfortunate, but we're gonna see Azul going first, which means that is what Hector chose. Hector chose to go second. Which means that Hector chose to go second, which means I am assuming. So Hector went first game 1, right? Which means Azul probably chose second, but then this game Hector chose second. Okay, so that's that debate out of the way. Or chat was talking about that earlier. But yeah, we're going to see a Battle VIP pass from Azul. Probably going to grab the usual suspects while going through a price check. Yeah. Mander, Pidgey. On a pass. Okay. So we're going to see the Chorus return from Hector. I'm rid of a switch card. It's kind of hiding his hand. Can't really see too much of it. Got a glimpse of a couple of things here. It's gonna be the Tomb as a great call here. You're gonna get the Comfy as well. I'm assuming we are going to see. It's gonna be a Tina. It seems not gonna try for the Spit innocently. I do believe there's a Jet Energy in his hand. Yeah, so I'd love to see this Comfy. There we go. Yeah, so now you get the Jet into 1, and then you just need a switching card here as Hector. I believe that was a switch cart off of the first selecting there. So, or was a switch at least. Yeah. So, Hector gonna be able to spit here. No Tina V is a bit unfortunate, but this is definitely fine as Hector. This is where you want to be, right? Put some early pressure on Azul. Obviously, you don't want to play into Zard's attack too much, but this is completely fine, right? So. We're gonna see the Arven. There we go. I was about to say we're gonna see the Azul. Like the man claimed the card Arven. No, we're gonna see the Arven. Not ideal here for Azul, but it's probably gonna have to be for a Steel Stone and an Ultra Ball. We're gonna be the grabs here. We're gonna have an Energy to this Pidgey, a Mander down, and a Call for Family. Okay. I kind of like this from Azul, right? Not trying to play too risky here. Not trying to do anything too bad. I'm going to pause real quick just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, the only thing that Azul could have done there maybe is grab a Rotom off the Call for Family to have the Forest Sealstone out, but kind of not really a need for that right about now. So yeah, this is correct. You grab the second Pidgey because you have a Pidgey in the active. You kind of need to survive. So Hector going to start the turn with a Chorus, get rid of a Nest Ball and a Greninja. Greninja sucks to get rid of, but with Manaphy in play and Path hopefully always in play for Hector, it's kind of fine to get rid of. So yeah, double Tina hit the bench. That's exactly what Hector wants this turn. We're going to see a Jet to Comfy to get some more in the Lost Zone. That gets rid of a VIP pass. That's easy. And just a Path of Beak and a Spit, I think. seems like that's... No, we're going to see a Gate first. I like this a lot. It is a big ask of Azul to not only establish a start, but also have the boss here after you use Call for Family. And you're going to spread your energy, which is also cool. It's also a good spot to do. So, like, even if Azul has, the boss, like, he's going to boss the one with the Psychic, and you still have the one with the Water. So yeah, this seems good to me. Azul's going to promote this Manaphy, which should tell that, probably not the best hand we're sitting on here. We're going to be Ultra Balling a Zard and the boss, which is quite rough for Azul. Yeah, it's just going to be the Fish Grab. Of course, can't use the ability because of both the Path and the Spirit Tomb. But we do need that Force Steel Stone, so this is what it is for Azul. It's not great. You're not happy about it, but it's not the end of the world. Although it could get pretty bad later on. I believe it was just an Iono grab for Azul. I'm going to see the Vacuum come down first, going to get rid of the Rod, and then play the Iono. So quite a tall order for Azul to hit anything good here, but let's see what we find from Azul. I see a Zard, I see a Jirachi, I see a Candy, so there we go. There's Candy Pidgeot. Do we have Zard or Candy? If we do, then Azul's just hit the nuts off of this this Iono, which would be really unfortunate if you're Hector. Yeah, there is a Candy in Azul's hand, so we're just going to probably see the Zard for Azul here. I don't know why we're shuffling up, but... no, not going back in. Okay. Alright, Azul. Are we not going Candy Zard? Oh, there's going to be a pass. Wait, did we not... Why are we not attacking with Zard here? Am I missing something? Are we waiting for Hector to go down to 3? What's in Azul's hand? I want to see a glimpse of his hand. I can't, not able to catch it. Yeah, just a Candy. I'm assuming there's an out to Zard and, I mean, probably an Iono. So I guess Azul's call here at, yeah, at a 6-4 deficit. Azul is, so Azul's making the call to say, hey, I want you to go to 3 so I can go Iono Path. Zard, not Iono Path, what? That's Tina. So I can go Iono Zard, right? With a... Let's do some math here for a second. We're doing 90 minus 2. Yeah, so with a Vitality Belt, Band, whatever, you are hitting 280 with the Zard. So when Hector goes down to 3 prize cards here, yeah, Azul is able to one-shot stuff with the Zard. So the problem is that Hector can't Sableye because Hector bench-locked himself. Which I do think Hector was forced to do to a certain extent, because you do need both Tinas here. So this is a really interesting play from Azul. I actually quite like this play from Azul. This play from Azul is very, very impressive. I don't think it's a play most players would have gone for. I don't think it's a play Hector would expect, honestly, out of Azul at this point. So yeah, good call on Azul to just not do anything this turn. And then I'm assuming we're going to be going for an Iono play the turn following. This rope is a problem, though. This rope is quite the problem, because you're forced to give the fish because you need 2 Zards. Because this Iono Zard, this Iono play that Azul is setting up for will not work if he doesn't set up double Zard, right? If he doesn't set up double Zard, it just straight up doesn't matter. But at the same time, if he gives the fish, if he gives the fish, then he's not, he doesn't need double Zard anyway. Then he still loses to the V-Star power. So, huge rope from Hector. But there's going to be nothing off the Iono. Yeah, Hector just completely bricked. Oh, wow. Okay, so Azul's Iono the following turn just bricks Hector to shit, and now all of a sudden, I mean, the ball's in Azul's court, right? You go for the Zard, you obviously retreat the Lumen, you get your boss, right? With Hector having taken 2 prize cards, you are one-shotting these Tina Bs, and now you just go for it, Azul, right? You just commit fully to this 2/2/2 prize bind. You're gonna knock out these two Tinas here for sure. That has to be the play. And yeah, going for the Arvent for the catcher, for the counter catcher is quite obviously correct, right? It lets you hold more bosses in your deck. Use the catcher while you're behind. Azul is going to try to play from ahead at this point forward. So the card will be dead. We see a flower selecting to be Tina V, Grass Energy. Absolutely terrible for Hector. Nothing here you want, right? I mean, the grass is like kind of fine, maybe, but you also need Tina V because if you don't bench Tina V, you will just lose the boss that Azul can cherry pick out of his deck. Yeah. Oh, I need a good stretch there. We have a V-Star. So I guess maybe we didn't need the Tina V there. If we have the V-Star in hand, right? So it'll be a boss onto the Lumen and a path coming down once again. But it's going to be VIP, Comfy, and Tina V in Hector's hand here. So trying to buy some time, but I fail to see how this is going to work. I think we see a Stadium, there's just an Artisan in Azul's hand. And a Pidgeot for, I guess, I don't know, probably the Fire Energy, right? I don't know what else you'd grab here. Just need to make sure you retreat. I mean, if you can establish a second Zard and retreat, that works too. We do have a Switch in Azul's deck. That's quite the interesting tech in the deck. I'm not really sure what it's for necessarily. It's probably just because you're playing the lower energy count, so you kind of want to have that option, which I don't hate. I don't hate by any means. Oh my god, I need to stop yawning so much. Give me more caffeine. Yeah. I believe it was the Switch grabbed from the Pidgeot. So I'm gonna go into the Pidgeot. Okay. What are we doing here, Azul? What's the plan? You probably want to be bossing this Tina V-Star. Like, we've kind of already established that Azul is going to go for this 2/2/2 prize race. Yeah, he's just going to pass with his Manfin to active. I'm just saying, I don't need to do anything. Hector also really doesn't want to be one-shotting taking out a one-prizer, knocking out a one-prizer on either side when they're both at 4. It's just kind of bad, right? It's going to put you in a worse spot overall. Azul is still not in Roxanne Rage. It's pretty fair to assume as Azul that Hector doesn't have access to Roxanne. We of course know he doesn't, but it's a fair assessment on Azul's end. We're gonna boss on this Tina V-Star. It's not terrible. It's gonna be the Yo-Yo play from Hector. Looking for anything to actually set up this board. We see Tina V-Star, a Gates, a Comfy, and a Switch card. It's not terrible, but it's certainly not great. I think we're going to promote the nope, not the Cram. It's going to be the Flower selecting here. It's going to be Rod and Jet Energy. The debate here probably being how many entries are in the discard pile for this Gate to work, but I don't think there's many in there. But it's going to be the Jet Energy call anyway, and I think it's just a pass. So now they're just playing a game of chicken at this point, right? Of course, Azul is just going to eventually get a win set game of chicken because he just wants to be able to hit this Tina V-Star. It's kind of all that matters. While also probably establishing his third Zard, because if he does hit this this Tina and his Zard gets knocked out and he gets passed, so he's not able to establish anything, then it's going to be rough. But he's just going to start setting up this Charmeleon and pass it back over to Hector. So Hector is going to need Boss to do anything once again. But of course, we know he doesn't have it. It's probably somewhere in his deck, but it's looking quite rough for Hector here. It's looking quite rough. But this is really, really fascinating, right? Seeing both players kind of just commit to, like, not taking the third prize card. is interesting. I think it's correct on both sides, but nonetheless, it's quite fascinating to see both players refuse to take prize cards. I saw Sableye and Cram going away for Hector. I would really like to see both. I don't know why we're keeping the Cram here. I think one Cram is enough at this point in the game. Okay, it looks like Hector is going to pull the trigger and is going to knock out this Manaphy and go down to 3 prize cards. Okay, so now Azul's comeback mechanics are once again live. Not that they're like as potent as Hector's. Of course, there's no Roxanne in Azul's deck. There is an Iona. Iona would be pretty good here. But I feel like the boss is somewhat better. Of course, you already know Azul has used his counter catcher. But he plays 2. Okay, do we think Hector knew that? I sure as hell didn't. Hector might not have had that information, but of course it's going to be an Armin for it, so it's really not going to matter that much. If it's not paired with an Iona, it might as well just be a boss. This is going to be quite interesting. I was looking to grab the Rod. You can come back to Zard, some energies, right? Set up, of course, to have access to this third and final Zard. And we're going to see the counter catcher on the Tina with the Vitality Band. Hector playing, right into it, but, you kind of have to say that, like, Hector really didn't have that many other options. Nothing going on in Hector's hand. Of course, top deck's the boss every time, right? But now it's just checkmate at this point. There's really no reasonable way Hector can win this game. I think you could probably, try to go for a catcher or rope play to try to knock out a one prizer the same turn you knock out or knock out a one prizer the same turn you bench a Tina V. But it's rough. It's a big ask. It's gonna be the Roxanne here. You need to Roxanne path regardless, right? You need to stop this third and final Charizard from coming into play. If the third Charizard hits the field, it's over, right? It's completely over for Hector. So no outs to Tina V after getting it back with the Psychic Energy and a V-Star. He's going to need this V-Star. No, he's not going to grab the V-Star. Okay. Well, I guess he has 2 in deck maybe, but it's going to be the Spit. No Tina V in play. I don't think... Yeah. This has to be checkmate. With no Tina V in play, it's just not going to matter, but of course no Path as well. So Azul probably just grabs the Path bump, puts it in his hand. If he has any left, of course. Just a play around a final potential Hail Mary from Hector. But Hector is down both Roxannes and, at least a couple of Iono. A card's going to be seen there. Oh, maybe a card that shouldn't be seen, is about to be seen from Azul. That'd be real rough. Wait, hold up. Is this going to matter? They're going to clarify if this matters. Okay. Azul's going to hand his deck to the judges. I'm assuming what the judges are going to do here is going to count Azul's deck and make sure that that TM de-evolution was within the 7 Azul would draw from the research. And they're going to come to the conclusion that yes, it is. At least I'd assume so. Yeah, there's going to be the Zard, EX, Infernal Rain. I'm not going to grab anything. But it just doesn't matter at this point, right? It doesn't make any difference. It's going to be level ball. Oh, what do we need from Azul? Oh, there is the TM Devo in there. So maybe Azul wasn't going to see the TM Devo. But, again, I don't think it matters. There's going to be no penalty issued, which is good. There shouldn't be a penalty for that. I don't think it's a dumb whatever, right? That, frankly, shouldn't matter. And will have no impact on the game, of course, because Azul's going to shuffle us regardless. So we're going to ignore it, but, Azul is just going to go down to 1 here, and, what can Hector do? The last Hail Mary has to be, bossing the fish, right? Maybe, but, even if you boss the fish at this point in the game, as soon as you knock out anything, the second Zard is just going to knock out your Tina and win the game. So this, by all means, looks like checkmate to me, unless for whatever reason there are less cards in Azul's deck, but Azul is just going to quick search and show the energy, and that'll be it. So, well played from Hector. Um, yeah, really interesting game to watch. Azul just kind of felt ahead the entire series. Some mediocre draws on Hector's end, all the way through, but good fundamental solid play from Azul. Never getting too greedy, never getting ahead of himself, right? I mean, this is the type of play that lets you be as consistent as Azul, right? Good fundamental, patient Pokemon. Not in the same way where earlier I was giving Tyler a lot of critique for being very, very patient, or very defensive, I should say, as to what I was using. But I think there's a difference in decks that were being played, right? Where I think Azul was patient and it paid off really well, and he's playing a deck that rewards his patience. I think Tyler was maybe a bit more defensive with a deck that probably wants to be more aggressive in nature, but that's what it's about, right? It's not what it's about. We're gonna go into this top 8, and real quick, if we could find a graphic, I'm sure there's one somewhere. Here we go. Here's our top 8 of the Portland Regional Championships. We're about to see a very fast game, by the way. But the stream game is going to be Maddox. I can't pronounce that last name. Sorry, but Maddox against Makani Tran. Makani, of course, teammate of mine. Love Makani. Makani's the goat. Got a lot of goats, but Makani's awesome. Makani on this Arceus Regigigas deck. This is the deck where I haven't tested much in the projected Portland meta, but I did say to the kitchen, like, hey, I'm not going, but if I were going, I think Arceus is an amazing play. A lot of people did end up bringing Arceus. A lot of kitchen guys brought Arceus. Joe Turrentine, who we saw on stream yesterday. Of course, Nathan Stratford also played the deck again. Played the round 9 at 6-2 and lost, unfortunately, but still. But yeah, looking at this meta breakdown for our top 8, we've got the one Guardy being Brody. Not Brody, Bodie. I don't know why I think there's an R there. Makani on Arceus, Nick Moffat on a Baretto build, Azul on the Zard, we just saw, of course, and then we're going to have Ian Robb and Maddox on Mew. We're going to see Ian on this hybrid Mew, this not fusion Mew, DTE Mew with the fusion energies for the Spiritomb, similar to what we just saw Vance play. And then we're going to see Maddox on a more traditional fusion Mew build. He's going to be playing against Makani here in just a second. And then we're going to see Sam and John Ing as our 2 Tinas in cut. So yeah, let's just get into this this top 8 game between Connie Tran and Maddox Corcoran? Corcoran? Maybe? I don't know. I'm sorry, man. I'm really bad with names. Triple energy prize for Makani is a big deal. Boss is mildly annoying for Maddox, but triple energy, and even the path is pretty rough in this matchup. Obviously, Makani does play Spiritomb, so yeah. We're going to see here, Makani is going to go first. Of course, the very typical arc thing to do, and it's just going to be an arc attach pass with a Bidoof on the bench. The commentators talk about how Makani might not work. No. I'm trying to glimpse of Makani's hand here. There we go. What's in here? There's not a lot. Okay, so the commentators talking about how Makani might not know that Maddox is playing Fusion Mew. I'm assuming Makani does know that Maddox is playing Fusion Mew. It'd be really, really weird that Makani hadn't, at the bare minimum, scouted himself, but also just been told by friends who have been scouting for him what Maddox is playing. So I'm assuming Makani knows, but not a lot going on in this hand. Yeah, just having to attach to this Arceus and just kind of hope Maddox doesn't do the Fusion Mew thing. Spoiler alert, Maddox is going to do the Fusion Mew thing, so let's sit down and patiently watch as Maddox does the Fusion Mew thing by benching his entire hand and drawing 3 cards with an Ultra Ball in hand, and that's a VIP. God, Maddox is so good at Pokemon. Fusion Mew, Fusion Mew, Fusion Mew. Yep. Connie is internally screaming right now. I'm pretty sure Maddox just actually doesn't. I think Maddox just straight up has it already. I don't even think he has to do anything for this. Yeah, he's just gonna straight up have it. Uh, it's gonna be a there's a vacuum, there's a path. We kind of don't care what happens off the VIP here. It's just be the price check from that X. I'm assuming it's always the Mew V grab. We're gonna see an Ultra Ball being played. Ultra Ball for the Mew V. It doesn't really matter what grabs the Mew V. But it's gonna be a way in getting rid of. There we go, an Ultra Ball and a Path to the Peak. Path, of course, not really for this matchup. If you can Path Connie, it's nice, but it's not like the end of the world. Still no Fusion Energy or Lisa for Maddox, but we are gonna flip the coin, flip heads on this Cram. So now we can just grab Lisa, and then we can Fusion Energy. We can Fusion. Oh my God, 4 Seal Stone for the Fusion Energy. The correct sequence here is going to be the Elisa's first, right? Because then maybe you can save your 4 Steel Stone if you are able to just naturally draw into the Fusion Energy. The call here is going to be to put one on Melwetta and one on the Genesect, right? Going to be optimal, of course, knowing Makani is playing a Spiritomb. So you kind of get that Spiritomb proofing. Gonna give a couple more glances through the deck, and yeah, it's gonna shuffle up, play the Lost City, play the Vacuum, get rid of Box. Box kind of useless here. Draw 5, and with any luck, we're gonna see the Fusion Energy. No Fusion Energy. Not really anything to like get rid of either. Off of a Chromatic. So it is just going to be the flipping of the V-Star marker, finding a Fusion Strike Energy. Oh, but I guess Maddox does still need a damage modifier, but it seems, yeah, we got the Choice Belt, so nothing to worry about here for Maddox. Just going to knock up the Arc, and we're going to sit here and watch as Makani does nothing for like 10 minutes. I don't think there was a lot for me to say here. Makani's just going to play this Iono. He's not going to see a single out to Arc V, but there is going to be, I mean, something. He's going to try to hold this energy. He's going to Squove it first. I'm actually going to pause here. I think the Squove it is incorrect. I would personally prefer to use the Barrel Draw 3. If you hit Arceus Cool, you attach the energy. If not, you attach the Gigas. Now Connie has no energy. It's going to be a path, but that's pretty good. But once you do a barrel, again, no Arc V. You're going to have to attach this basic Psychic to the Gigas, and probably just a pass. Yep. Could have been a DTE, but, you know, as long as Connie is able to hit a DTE next turn, it won't be the end of the world. But you know, it kind of already is the end of the world. Let's be real here. It's not great here for Connie. Even with the path down, Maddox is just, you know, swinging away, right? Just do some Fusion Mew stuff. Not really worried about it. Just gonna hit the barrel, go down to the 3 prize cards, take Connie's Draw Engine out of the equation, and then I think Connie here is gonna have to play this Lost Vacuum in his hand. To attempt to draw something with this Mew. Yeah, it's going to be the Vacuum played, getting rid of the Arceus V-Star and his own path. And then we're going to Squove for 1. It's going to be an Arc V. There we go. And draw 3, and there's no energy. Unfortunate. Quite unfortunate. It's going to have to be a Nest Ball for a Bidoof and a pass, because there is you literally can't play any of the cards in your hand. But he's going to debate not taking the Bidoof. Yeah, so this is correct. He's not going to take the Bidoof. He's going to whiff the Nest Ball and just use Roar of the Sword for this energy onto his Arceus. Yeah, so it's going to be the boss on the Arc, of course, and Maddox just has the tablet. And now with no path in play, Maddox is going to keep drawing more cards. So, I mean, there's really nothing for me to say here. I mean, this game kind of just plays itself on both ends. Maddox doesn't have to do anything. He just has to keep putting up the pressure. As long as you don't play yourself into a corner here, and, like, you know, really waste all of your resources, which he's not doing, right? He played, I mean, the bare minimum, really. He's just drawing more cards. Of course, he's going to hold these tablets that are in his hand, right? As long as he doesn't burn these tablets, he's completely fine. Yeah, he's just going to hold it. He even has an Ultra Ball for next turn, which is awesome. Great spot to be in. So yeah, Maddox, I mean, not a big ask to play this to perfection, of course, right? But regardless, he is playing it as well as he can. We do have a counter catcher in Makani's hand. Can't really see what he's going to need that for at this point. Theoretically, you can like, yeah, you could like capture the Genesect. Seems good. You do have this Gigas. Minor gripe with Makani's gameplay here. He can actually go and flip over the V-Star marker with this Gigas using the Star Guardian, and he chooses not to. Will it matter? No. Right? But he could actually, you know, he could discard the Meloetta, but yeah, not gonna happen. Or wait, no, I guess the Meloetta is immune to Star Guardian because of Fusion Strike energy. Okay, so well, I guess you could discard Immune VMAX, but again, it's not gonna matter, right? You know, we're just gonna see Maddox take the knockout on yeah, on the active. So unfortunate game for Connie. Nothing going on here. This is the second game we've seen Gigas on stream this tournament. It has failed to not break a game so far. It's like the deck is incapable of drawing well on stream, which is quite unfortunate. But I mean, what can you do as Connie here? It's not. It's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. So prize card's gonna go out. Quite a lot of energy from Maddox, but besides that, not a lot. We're gonna see the Nest Ball for the Tomb immediately on Connie's end. Maddox is gonna jokingly read the Tomb, of course. What does this card do? But you know, Tomb is going to be pretty good here for Connie. You kind of have to grab it, and we're gonna shuffle up here. Gonna bench Arc, bench Bidoof, attach DTE, and we are going to pass. Problem here, Maddox doesn't know this, but Connie's hand is dead. Maddox is of course going to play this VIP pass. We're just going to see a... we're just going to prize check first, of course. We're going to skip through that. It's going to be double Mew. Very interesting. There's a Genesect in hand, two Genesect in hand. Okay, so this is fine. We see box the Mew and a pass over to Connie. Of course, no answer to the Spiritomb, so it seems fine to me. But of course, we look at Connie's hand. There is not a singular out to Arceus V-Star. And he's just going to pass to Maddox, who is going to top deck a Fusion Energy. Bench an Ice Cube. Now, all of a sudden, Maddox is playing Pokemon. Of course, he's already attached for turn, so he won't be attacking. But he's put Connie on the timer here. Debating on whether or not he wants to put down this Force Steel Stone. I think holding it is fine. Connie would have played a hand supporter if he had one. I would have personally, yeah. So I'd like to have seen Maddox hold it, but he's actually just going to use the effect right away, which is quite interesting. It's going to be Lisa Sparkle. Okay, so yeah. So here's what Maddox is going to try to do. He's going to try to, yeah, establish what's called Fusion Strike Energy on both of his Genesects here. Is also going to say like, hey, you know, next turn, if you don't do anything about it, I will just snipe the Spiritomb, take the Spiritomb out of the equation, meaning that any future Genesects he does fetch are going to, you know, not need the Fusion Energy. Granted, Spiritomb now kind of doesn't have much value because you have these energies on the Genesects, but we're going to see the energy mix here for Maddox, which is a good play. It's a good heads-up play. You get the DTE. And now, of course, Connie, I think top decked an Iono? Is that an Iono in hand, or I'm just tripping? I don't think there's an Iono, never mind, yeah. Not a lot going on, just gonna be the boss up a Genesect and a pass back over. This is tough to watch. It's very, very, very unfortunate for Connie. Yeah, I mean, what do you even do here as Makani, right? Like, you just have to keep living on this prayer, but unfortunately, it's gonna turn into a nightmare. We're just gonna see Maddox keep doing his Mew stuff. He's gonna flip heads on the Cram, and yeah, we're just going to, I'm assume, play this switch. I think there's a boss in hand, or not. We're gonna play an Escape Rope, and then what? We're gonna play. We're gonna draw two. Okay, so I thought Maddox had a boss in hand. I guess he didn't. So we might just be hitting this the Spiritomb, or we might be sniping. I kind of don't hate just hitting with the Ice Cube here. Um, for, I guess, we're hitting for 100 damage because of DTE. Oh. No, but it's just going to be the Spiritual Knockout. But of course, Connie still has nothing. There's a Mew EX now, but seemingly doesn't have a hand that can be thinned down enough. I think with the vacuum, it's possible. You get rid of this choice belts, which is quite nice. You get rid of Sharon's Care. You play the catcher, bring up the Genesect again, and you bench the Zacian. You could draw two, but just two unplayable cards here. Just another supporter that isn't a draw supporter and a Arc of the E. At least you get a second Arc of the E, right? You're not entirely losing to boss, but it's going to be the Roar of the Sword here for Connie. And yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, there is really nothing for me to say here. Again, just like game one, the only thing Maddox has to do here to not lose is to just not to overextend his resources. But of course, he's not going to do that. All he needs is to find the switch, which he does find. He's going to play a Palpad back, get back some supporters. I mean, I'm just going to skip through this, really, right? He's going to play the tablet. He's going to do, everything he needs to do and only everything he needs to do because he just doesn't need to overextend, right? Like, if you have boss, awesome. But it's not worth sacrificing resources that you could need to win this game to find it. So, once again, nothing here, but maybe you don't need that, right? Maybe you don't need that as Maddox because you can just sit here and you can hit with this Ice Cube. Meaning you don't even need to switch next turn, right? Now, granted, there's actually a lot of energies, a lot of switch cards priced for Maddox. So maybe one of these bosses or these counter catchers might stick for Connie, but it's not looking good. It's really, really not looking good. Yeah, it's just going to be the Roar of the Sword to the Alakazam. Maddox even have to read the Alakazam's attack. It's not going to do much here, unfortunately, to save Connie. But yeah, it's just going to be a Force Steelstone attachment and what are we even doing here? I don't even think Maddox is going to end up using the Genesect this turn. It's just going to be keep sniping with his Ice Cube. Finally, Connie does top deck an Arceus, so we are playing Pokemon here, but can't help but feel it's a little too late for Connie. Of course, this is a matchup where, as Connie, you really do need the brick off of the Tomb because this deck just inherently has very little natural counterplay to Mew. Mew has so much HP, but it's going to be a Iono, and I'm assuming Connie is just going to be hoping that he sees a path here, but of course, that would be too easy. Not terrible draws, though, all things considered. It's going to be a Squobit being eyed up here. I'd love to see the Gigas V hit the field, but at the end of the day, I think Squobit's better. It's going to let you draw cards with this Mew, but it's going to be the Bidoof that Connie is going to opt for. So, not going to dig too heavily for this path, but this Mew is going to be a free prize card at some point, and of course, with enough tablets, Maddox can easily wipe off this Arceus V-Star off the field. So let's see how Maddox goes about playing this. This is going to be the most important turn of the game, probably. I'm going to say Cram heads. And, yeah, I think with this, it's going to be very, very hard for Maddox to whiff here. Of course, the belt is down. But it's not a tall ask. We're going to see this tablet being played. I believe. Or no, it's a DTE grab. Okay, that's interesting. I guess we're trying to attack with a different Mew. This does seem correct to me. We're going to draw two here. It's going to be Ultra Ball and a Lost Vacuum. Yeah, it's not great, actually. Yeah, we're just going to retreat here into this Mew. And, yep. Ice Cube, gonna knock out the Mew. No snipe last turn. Maddox goes into 2. He just needs one of these really, really big use all your tablets type of play. So good heads up play on Maddox's part, getting that DTE instead of trying to go for the big knockout this turn, right? Instead saying hey, I'm just grab DTE. I'm just going to have it so that both of my Mews can attack no matter what. And, hope to see all his tablets from the judge. Connie is going to see not Path to the Peak yet. She's going to get the score with this time. Of course, with the barrel in place, going to be able to see quite a lot of cards, but it's a tall order, right? Not only do you need to Path here as Makani, but you also need Maddox to completely whiff. It's a tall order, right? It's a tall order, but it's what you have to do with Makani. Makani, you have to give him credit. He is playing to his win conditions, if nothing else, but there's a Path, thank God, and I think we're going to see a Psychic probably to this Zacian. No, it's going to be the Kazam. I don't hate this. It gives you a 1 price attacker when Maddox has 2 price cards left. Seems pretty good, but we're going to see a top deck and a boss and a tablet, and that's it. Yep. So, good play from both sides. It's unfortunate that Akani did brick like that. But, what can you do, right? We have top 4 and finals left. I'm going to cut to a quick break. I need to go to the bathroom. I need to get some food. I'll be back in 5 minutes, right? I'll be fast. But definitely stay tuned, and we'll be back with top 4 and finals just here in a bit. So I'll see you guys then.
pack. Turn down the music. All right, so on to top 4. Top 8 was admittedly a bit of a snooze fest. I would have loved to see this game if Connie had drawn a bit better, because both players, I mean, you know, regardless of the weird board state, right? I mean, both players played well. Not a lot of space for either players to make really big blunders, of course, but you know, still fundamentally well played on both sides. So I'd love to see an actual game between these two. So it's unfortunate, but we're gonna skip past all of this. Actually, no. Let's take a look at the bracket update. Let's just talk through this for a second. So, for starters, Nick Fawfett got 2-0'd by Bodhi. Bodhi playing Guardy, Nick playing Rhydon. Of course, this should be Nick favored. From what I've heard, Nick just double wrecked. That's what I've been told, but of course, no one's seen the game, so hard to say. But we're gonna see Ian Rob lose to Sam. This should be Ian playing Mew and Sam playing Tina. So, you know, it's probably very likely that we had some back and forth Roxanne path stuff going on. Maybe Sam was playing the Tomb. Of course, Ian Rob was playing, similar to Vance Kelly, playing the double fusion strike energy plus the one Elisa's. So, you know, this could have been close, right? 2-1 set. The only 2-1 set in top 8. John Ing 2-0ing Azul. John is on Tina. Azul, of course, on Zard, as we just saw. So, yeah, favorable matchup for John. John probably able to draw maybe a little bit better than we saw Dan do just a while ago against Azul. And then finally, of course, Makani and Maddox. We just saw how that went. Of course, Makani double bricking. Very unfortunate, but that's how we got to this bracket with Tina versus Mew and Tina versus Guardy. So I'm assuming we're about to see Sam versus Bodhi. Would be my guess, since we have already seen the other side of the bracket. So it's gonna be Sam and Bodhi here. Setting up for the game. Let's see these prize cards. Let's sit here and eat my my really scuffed lunch. I got leftover rice with Japanese mayonnaise and some chili mayo. Triple VIP pass in the prizes for Sam. That's quite rough. A Curlia, a Screamtail, Clap Stadium may be relevant for Bodhi, but it's a double gate as well. It's quite rough for Sam. So not super good for Sam here, but regardless, it's not like necessarily game losing prize cards, but they are definitely not great. We're gonna see Bodhi going first here. Playing a Fog Crystal. So, no VIP yet for Bodhi. Both players, of course, going to be doing some prize checking, so we'll skip through that. Going to be the Mew grab for Bodhi. Assuming looking to find VIP pass off of this. Okay, so for Bodhi here, he has one of two lines, right? He can either grab a Ralts and go for Mirage Step next turn, or you can go for Mew and go for VIP pass, right? Bodhi, after his prize check, is going to realize, hey, I prized a Refinement Curlia. Not only that, but he has a Refinement Curlia in his hand. So Bodhi's going to make the call to go for the Battle VIP pass play, because, I mean, what else can he do, right? He has, I mean, if he goes for the Mirage Step, there's not going to be any Curlias. So, price checking 101, of course, he's going to completely whiff, not even a ball search card off of that. That is quite unfortunate, and it's just going to be a pass over to Sam. And Sam, I mean, turn 1 Cram and a Rope would be awesome here. I mean, if you hit this as Sam, you pretty much win the game on the spot. We'll see the Chorus first. I want to see Sam's hand real quick one more time. Is that an ult? No, it's a Nest Ball. So, there's a Nest Ball in Sam's hand. I'd love to see him play that, just to get a price check in before he uses the Chorus. just so you make sure you're not getting rid of a resource you might have prized a lot of. Say, hypothetically, Sam was to get rid of a Mirage Gate here. We, of course, know he prized double Mirage Gate. Sam doesn't know this right now. So he might get punished off of this Chorus. He might not. But I would have personally really loved to see a Nest Ball there first for Sam. But regardless, he's going to see, like, what, 3 energies and 2 Switch cards? Yeah, that's rough. So it looks like it's going to be Psychic and Switch card, and then he's going to get Psychic Grass and Switch card to hand. So not exactly the best Colress I've ever seen here, but... I'm going to do Nest Ball here. Let Sam price check. Yeah, I was gonna grab this Cramorant. I'm gonna flower selecting here. And what are we seeing? Can't see from our perspective. It's gonna be Roxanne and Nest Ball. Okay. I would like to see Sam grab a Comfy off of this the first Nest Ball, personally. Right, just so you have 2 outs to see the Cram. Like, yes, you have more outs to Comfy than you have Cram, but if you grab the second Comfy, you have 2 chances to see the Cram. So I'd prefer to see that, but not going to matter here. He's going to have a second Nest Ball, but he's going to choose to go for the Greninja, which is quite interesting. Probably acknowledging, like, hey, I kind of need a lot of cards here. And obviously has a lot of energies in hand. He probably does not want to have there. So, yeah. 2 cards. I think I would have preferred to see Psychic go away, but it's too late now. Oh, did he have a Comfy in hand? Oh, okay, he had a Comfy in hand this entire time. Okay, so never mind. Yeah, Nest Ball for Cram there was correct. 100%. I didn't realize he had another Comfy in hand. Okay, yeah. So... yeah, just going to be attach retreat. We're trying to see escape rope. Does he find it? That looks like 2 energies. That's unfortunate. So maybe not even hitting the attack here for Sam would be quite unfortunate if that is what happens. Get rid of a Grass energy, which is fair because you're already down a Psychic, of course. Does have to switch cards, so he's going to knock out the Mew, but still quite unfortunate. Boji now, I mean, forced into this Mirage to play, but he can't even do it because all his Curlias are in hand, so he's just going to have to do the Refinement, the single Curlia Refinement. So quite rough. And a Saucing hitting the bench. And a Catcher onto the Greninja. And just a Roar the Sword. Yeah, so this is really, really rough for Bodhi. Nothing going on here, unfortunately. But Sam will draw off turn. Really just wants to keep up the pressure. If you can knock out this Curlia, you're super okay. He has the energy. So that's not the concern. Yep, we are just going to see a concealed cards. There's a Path and a VIP Pass. Not the most impactful cards right now, of course, but you know, it's something. Seems like a nothing off of the Pokegear. Yeah. Not a lot of interesting games here in Top Cut so far. Bodhi completely bricking, it seems, and yeah, I think it's just gonna have to be the. I mean, you might as well Path, right? And then you just spit. Bodhi, I mean, surely at this point has to be considering just scooping. It's gonna be a level ball for Bodhi here, but it's not looking great. Yeah, just a pass. I'm gonna be a boss onto those Ralts. And at this point, if I'm Bodhi, I'm scooping. I'm going to game 3. Don't, yeah, there we go. Not game 3, game 2, my bad. But rough draws. Sam, you know, just did what he had to do, right? Don't think there was any problems with the gameplay. I just missed the fact that he had the second Comfy in hand. So yeah, rough break for Bodhi, but I mean, what can you do, right? So game 2 kicks off. Double energy for Bodhi. Refinement Curlia. Besides that, there's like a boss for Sam, but it's not like the end of the world. No terrible prize cards here. It's going to make Greninja start, and he concealed cards for Bodhi. Okay. What now? Gonna be a level ball. And what? Are we trying to go for a Mew VIP play? Or is Bodhi gonna make the call for the Mirage Step? Seems gonna grab the Ralts. We're gonna level ball again for another Ralt. Okay, so I'm assuming this is gonna be the Mirage Step play. It's gonna be the idea here. Just gonna shuffle up, attach this Greninja, and I'm looking. It's looking like a pass, yeah. So attaching the reversal here is unfortunate, but if you don't have any of the energy, you kind of just have to, right? It's gonna be an attachment to retreat. Can never attack with this. Obviously, Greninja can never attack, but you know, yeah. So you can see a Battle VP Pass from Sam this turn. Of course, Sam once again would love to go rope, spin on the Ralts. Not as powerful as last game, right? But still pretty good. So, yeah. Once again, we're just going to skip for this prize check. It's going to be a second VIP being played. So, awesome board for Sam to set up here. You get your 2 Comfy, you get your Tina. You get your Greninja, you get your Cram. Like, we're chilling. We just need to get some Colress, maybe. There's going to be a Path and a Jet Energy. I like Jet here a lot. I think that's fine. I don't think you're too worried about pathing in the early game. But Sam is going to make the call to just go for the speed Beastseeking. Seems fine if you don't have a Colress. Double Tina, Jet Energy, Pokegear in hand. Jet and Tina is going to be the call. Seems fine to me. With no Colress, I think you have to keep that Pokegear. You obviously get rid of 2 Tinas. So, yeah, seems good. And we see Candy Guardy from Bodhi. And I'd really like to see a Mirage Step, but you might just not have it. It's going to be a Neono. Oh, Manaphy first. Seems good. You kind of need it. Right. I'm just eating dry rice. It's kind of boring. Yeah, we do see the Psychic for this Mirage Step. We, of course, know that Bodhi did prize a Refinement Curlia, so he's going to get the max amount he can off here. So it's going to be quite good. And now Bodhi's actually playing Pokemon. Okay. So maybe we actually have something to commentate over. Seal card for Sam. He's going to get what? Sableye Water into a Colress. Yeah, I'm really not sure. I mean, you have to ask the question, like, what is Sam looking for this turn? You have so many potential options of things you can do, things you can set up for, right? But like, what are you doing this turn? I think realistically, you're just fine with a spit into a Curlia here. You kind of have to be. You're not too concerned about playing into reversal energy. Bodhi's already down 1, first of all. I guess maybe you want to protect your Tina, but you're going to have to do something eventually. I don't think you can play from behind against Gardevoir. That's just too risky. So you have to take the 1 prize card up you can do now, and it's just going to be the choice of the spit innocently here. Sam does have this path, but he's going to hold it for the Roxanne play, which seems fine to me. And it's just going to be a promotion of the Gardevoir EX here on Bodhi's side. Quite interesting. Yeah, Fog Crystal here. So, Bodhi is gonna say like, "Hey, I don't think you're gonna be me." Of course, Bodhi does need to get 2 energies on this thing without putting 40 damage on himself. If he puts 40 damage on himself, then it's just a lost impact for the knockout, which is very, very likely for Sam. Whereas a Star Requiem is maybe less likely, and Bodhi feels a bit more comfortable playing into Star Requiem instead of playing into the the alternative here, but he is going to just not attach that energy, not try for the Shining Arcana to hit the second one, and instead is just going to leave this Gardevoir active with no energies, which is quite rough. He's going to retreat the Guardian. He's going to take 10 damage. Oh, we're going to go for a Cresselia play. Okay, so that's fine. Yeah. So obviously then this is fine because the Gardevoir has no damage counters on it, and Cresselia is definitely just your best attacker in this state of the game. Yeah. So back over to Sam. Kind of don't like this for Sam, really. You're kind of trading back and forth with Gardevoir, which is really, really bad as Tina, really any Lost Zone deck. Trading evenly with Gardevoir, you need to take these leads, or Gardevoir will just run away with it, and I know that's what we might be seeing here for Bodhi. I'm also going to Nest Ball for the Tina, and then Concealed cards, away Grass, and then what? Now what are we doing? Let's do the Path, and what? Yeah, there's going to have to be a Spit for 110. So, quite unfortunate. Nothing really Sam can do here. And, of course, now Bodhi gets to run away with it, assuming he could bump this Path with Peak. There's quite a lot of draw for Bodhi. He had quite a big hand already. So, as long as there's something to bump this Path, he will be fine. Of course, if there isn't, which it seems like we don't have it, now all of a sudden Bodhi is just... What are we doing here? Like Moonlight Glow or Moonlight Reversal is what it's called. For, yeah, I don't even know. It's produced list from fewer paths. I don't know. I'd assume it's not like improbable, but yeah. Oh, we did have the sorry, I got sidetracked there for a second. It does look like we had a vacuum for Bodhi. But I think Sam is on 3 path 1 tomb, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not actually sure he's playing the tomb, but I'd imagine he is. It's pretty common. So yeah. We're just going to see the 2 energies here to knock out... Oh, to put damage on this Tina. That's quite interesting. So with 60 HP on Tina, let's do some math here. 60 HP on Tina. Tina V-Star is at 220. Tina V is at... Math hard. Tina V's at 160. I think it's less about these numbers and more so about like putting pressure on Sam, while also charging up what you need to charge up. Which I guess Bodhi might not have had more energy in discard pile. So if he's gonna put 60 somewhere, it's kind of wasted on the Comfy. So it makes the call to put it on the Tina. But yeah, I should put more on my rice. I put some Japanese mayonnaise on it, which is so fucking good. But kind of don't want to put too much mayonnaise rice because it's a lot of calories. And now I ran out of the mayonnaise, and now it just tastes like rice. First world problems, I know, but I just had to throw something in my mouth. It's getting quite dark in here, so I'm going to turn on this light. All right. What's Sam doing here? Not a lot. Attaching, and I mean probably spitting at this Cresselia, right? Sam is kind of trying to play the comeback game at this point, playing into his Roxanne path maybe, but possibly already down, maybe a little too many paths for this play to work. I want to see here. It's not looking good for him, that is for sure. Yep. With the play, Bodhi. Kana, energy is great. I'd personally prefer to see it on the EX, but it is doing just fine on the Baby Guardi. I think that's a double VIP pass off of the Greninja. Not great. I have some Pokemon I think we're trying to Rod here. Yep, get rid of VIP, draw 2. Brucel's a good hit. I think we're just going to see the Rod. See, attach return. Yeah. Seems good. Get some good cards back. Fog for Ralts is good. Nothing really to complain about here. You're setting up your deck for a good late game to have the attackers necessary to close out what you need to close out. And I think we're just going to see a retreat from Bodhi. Yeah. Just retreating into this Gardevoir. Hitting the Cram. It goes down to 4. So this is going to be a really grindy, really back and forth game between these two players, which is good, but, you know, it's a bit, it's a bit sluggish. But both players are going to have to micromanage every resource, make sure they don't overextend here. Balance their one pressure and two pressure. It's one of the hardest matchups to play on both sides. But most of your major decisions will come into late game. So for now, it's less about the major decisions and more about setting up to put yourself in a position where you have to make the least hard decisions possible. So that is what both players are trying to do here, and both players are doing it quite well. Try not to overextend. I would definitely give the edge to Bodhi in this position, though. I think Bodhi's in a great spot. But it's definitely not over. Turn is on Sam, and he's still ahead, so assuming Sam does not miss a beat for the rest of this game, he will still win it. The hard part is just, you know, not missing a beat, right? So we'll see how that goes. See the flower selecting here. Didn't quite catch what it was. Going to be a Mirage Gate going away, and I think we're putting a Super Rod into hand. So, quite unfortunate. Probably need the Super Rod. Of course, if we didn't need the Super Rod, then it's wasted, because obviously Gate is good. But he's eyeing up. Yeah, there's quite a lot of energy in there, so we probably have to get the Rod. Don't think we need Gate this turn regardless. We are... I don't remember if Sam was already attached this turn. I'm not entirely sure he has. Oh. And what now? It's going to be a Jet into the Tina. Yeah, so he has not attached this turn. A bunch of Comfy. I don't think you can justify evolving here. Obviously, like, you would like to evolve to force more damage onto Bodhi's side when he has to retaliate this Giratina, but it's just too much of an energy commitment to lost zone 2 energies at this point. So I think Sam's going to make the correct call here by not going for the V-Star. You also get to hold V-Star to hand for your second Tina, which is already set up on the bench. Of course, it has damage on it already, which is very unfortunate, but the damage matters a lot less on the V-Star than it does on the V. So it's not the end of the world. Bodhi using a second Rod here. So no more Rod for Bodhi, but with Sam having 3 prize cards left, I'd be hard-pressed to imagine Bodhi needing more Rod. Of course, the only thing that's going to matter here is that Bodhi makes sure that he doesn't, you know, run out of energy all of a sudden, that he can't Rod back. And gets either one of his Manaphy or his Ninja, or I guess his Jirachi now, locked into the active. So I'm going to see an evolution here. Not a lot of cards left in the deck for Bodhi. It's only a good thing, though. You have access to all your resources. Bodhi's goal this turn, to me, is probably just going to have to be knocking out this active Tina and putting himself in a position to follow up by knocking out the bench Tina. With this, Bodhi is actually technically ahead, which is really, really good considering the fact that he even gets a Iono Sam to 3 here. I believe he only needs 2 more energies for this knockout, so this Gardevoir is going to be at 100 damage when he's done. I mean, the Sableye can kill, and the Gram can kill. So Sam will not be forced to attack with the 2-prizer, but it's not like Bodhi does not have any gust left. But we're going to see the flower selecting here. Sam's contemplating it. Can't imagine it's that good. What do we got here? Show it to the cameraman. Going to get rid of a second Mirage Gate. That's quite rough. And it's going to be a Colress He has to grab here. I guess he has nothing without it. You can still win this game without Mirage Gate, though. It's not the end of the world, but it is definitely very annoying. Off of this chorus, though, I see Path, I see Cram, I see Pokegear, I see Battle VIP Pass. I'm assuming we're always getting rid of the Battle VIP Pass, and I think we're also going to get rid of the... Is it the Jet Energy, as the call here? I kind of wouldn't have hated getting rid of the Pokegear instead. I do quite like the Jet Energy in this position. Yeah, I guess if you do use the Jet Energy, you're not forced to switch. It means you get to hold switch, or you get to use Jet next turn, but obviously rather attach either Grass to Tina or Psychic to Sableye next turn. But regardless, Sam is going to go down to 2. I guess the Pokegear is quite nice because the Pokegear, having 2 Pokegear actually, means that Sam is going to be in a position where he can Pokegear into boss's order. Of course, he does not have the Grass Energy, so this is going to be the hard part here. Regardless, Bodhi does not seem to have a Path Bump available. There's one in deck, and he does have a Research. The problem is that Bodhi doesn't seem to be able to draw all 7 because he doesn't have a Palpad left or a Rod left. He's down all his Rods, and I'm not sure he's playing Palpad, but even if he is, I don't think it's available. But it's going to be the Arcana to Thin, and he's going to see both his stadiums off of there. So we're going to play the Artisan, and we are going to... Where's Bodhi's deck? Oh, he doesn't need it. Yeah, because he's just a boss. Okay, cool. Yeah, so doesn't need the deck. Cool. Bodhi's going to win game 2. And we're going to go to a game 3. That was a very, very close game, too. Very, very well played on both ends. But unfortunately, looking at the length of this VOD, I do not think that... I don't think game 3 is going to be as close. That is... Well, telling. Bodhi's price cards are not that good. There's a lot of really, really important cards here. If it's just one of these, maybe 2 of these, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But all of them at the same time is quite rough. But let's see how this is played. It's going to be Sam going first. Let me Sam going first here. Chorus in the hand. Oh, no, it's going to be Bodhi going first. Just benching a Ralts Pass. Okay. So maybe Bodhi's hand isn't that good. I also like to point out that Bodhi has prized a Kirlia, I think every game he's been on stream, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not positive on that. Definitely every game this set. But maybe not every game this he's been on stream. But I think maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure, but it's very possible. Alright, Sam. I'm going to do the usual price checking. We, of course, already know what its price cards are. They have 35 minutes left, so neither player's in a rush. They can take all the time they need with the price check. So we have Cram and a Greninja here, a Greninja here, and a Concealed cards. And I think Grass and Gate seems fine. A Nest Ball. This seems to be for a Tina. Which means that either Bodhi, or not Bodhi, either Sam does not have the resources here to get to 4, or he already has to Comfy. I'm not sure. He's hiding his hand quite well, but I think he might. Is he a Psychic something? Yeah, it's a Comfy. It's definitely a Comfy. Okay. I'm going to get rid of the Path here. Bench to Comfy. There's a Jet Energy. There we go. So, yeah. Not a good spot for Bodhi to be in, but also obviously awesome for Sam. Sam is just going to hit with the Scram and tell Bodhi, like, hey, what do you got, man? And I do not think Bodhi's got a lot. You see the bench of the Zacian, the bench of the Manaphy, the bench of the Cresselia. Okay, that's quite a lot. I'm going to retreat into the Zacian and a Roid Sword. So this hand is dead. This hand is completely dead. Was that Vacuum and what? I want a Guardi EX and a... I'm quite catch the last card, but yeah. Are we gamers today? No, I'm not the one gaming today. We're watching people be gamers. God, my voice is dying on me. We are watching people be gamers today. Lucky boy. Bodhi, unfortunately, is about to lose his gamer status as he is bricking. Which is very ungamer-like. Of course, Bodhi also bricked game 1, so winning every game he hasn't bricked, I guess, is a good stat, but this is Bodhi's first deck search, so he's going to go for his prize cards here. Notice that a lot of his Pokemon are down, which is not great, and there's going to be energy on this Ralts, so if Sam has a boss, Sam is chilling. Even without it, he's in a good spot, but obviously if he can boss this Ralts, it'd just be even worse for Bodhi. So let's see what we see off of this Comfy. It is going to be, can't see it, it's going to be Roxanne, the Lost 17 of V-Star to the hand. It's going to eat shit energy. Still digging for this boss. Not giving up hope. What are we going to see here? It's going to be a get rid of Nest Ball and Rod to the hand. And then it looks like we are just going to go back into this Cramorant and... Oh, never mind. He has boss. Okay. What is Bodhi doing on the camera here? Oh. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, this is rough. What can you do as Bodhi here, right? You don't even have your is this Scream Tail in hit? Yes. Terrible here. There's nothing you can do. I mean, you can put an energy on your Zacian, right? Oh, he passed. Oh, he already passed. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? Sam doesn't have to do anything. Sam can just keep spitting. He can attack with Tina, but like there's no need, right? Just spit at stuff until Bodhi plays a card. If anything, as Sam here, I'd be scared to overextend. But of course, you have to thin out some cards, right? You have to thin out what you draw. You have to go for your deck because if you take too many prize cards by just sitting the active and effectively just draw attack, right? Your opponent can nail you, and you'll have too many cards in deck to actively control what you're going to draw. So, yeah. Guardy's inconsistent, but it also has time has time issues, right? I'd argue Tina is a less consistent deck than Guardy, right? By a long shot, actually. But neither deck, to me, seemed like that high on the consistency spectrum. So, I'd rather play Zard EX or Sable Zard, right? Being like the two most consistent decks in the format. But they're also a little too honest at times. But we're going to see an Abyss Seeking from Sam. I actually quite like this play from Sam. It's very heads up. We're going to get rid of the TM Devo and a Water. TM Devo is very spicy, but if Bodhi isn't doing anything, that doesn't matter, and he would drop pass again. So, yikes. Yeah, I mean, what do you do, right? It's going to be an attachment. Just going to smack the Cresselia. Draw for turn. Curlia. Doesn't matter, right? I mean, yeah, just going to pack it up. Just say, hey, man, you got it. And Sam's going to go to the finals, and he's going to play against John Ing. Now, let's talk about John Ing as a player. John Ing is a very, very good player, very notable player, very famous player. Never won a regionals, though. I believe this was like his 9th top 8 or something, like in Masters, right? According to PokeStats, whatever PokeStats says, I don't really know. But very accomplished player. My first ever stream game was against John Ing. Fun fact for you. In Milwaukee in 2022, for all 2 people here who care. I'm not really that, like, I don't know John that well, but every time we do talk, he seems like a nice guy. Not that we talk a lot, of course, but one thing I do know and that a lot of people know is that, John hasn't won a major and, of course, really, really wants to, win a tournament, right? Like any, other big competitor, right? Like, you play the game to win, right? At the top level, that's what everyone wants. They all want to win. And John is no exception. He's always been so close, always, tried so hard for it. Hasn't ever gotten there. And, of course, now John finds himself in the finals at a Tina Mirror. And from what I've heard, I haven't watched this game yet, but from what I've heard, this game is really, really, really close. It's really, really good. And, of course, we all know that John wins this. It's, very... Like, it's always public knowledge, right? It's all already public knowledge, as to say. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. It's going to be a Tina Mirror. It's a match I don't really know that much about, honestly, so I'm definitely going to be learning alongside you guys. So we're going to talk over some plays here. I do want to see Sam's accomplishments here, because this is interesting. So Sam, I guess a returning player, because these are some, great results. I mean, a world's top 4, hello, a world's top 32, an IC 32, and a regional top 4. That's pretty damn good. That's quite good. There's good stuff for Sam. And of course, I'm thinking, yeah, we're gonna see a top 8, a top 4, a top 4, and a top 8 for John here. So this is already the furthest he's gone in the tournament. But of course, he wants to win, right? I don't blame him. I obviously always want to win, right? Yeah. So John, great guy, good competitor, right? Really looking to finally have his big win here. So let's see how this plays out. We're gonna see the prize cards for both players. Nothing super interesting. I mean, one of the things that might be relevant, double nest ball is kind of rough for Sam. It's not like, you know, yeah. Let's guess the camera. All right, let's see what we got here. It's going to be, who's going first here? It seems like it is Sam going first. So I'm assuming since John won the coin flip, you probably want to go second here to get the first cram. Unless both players are trying to play from behind, that's very possible. I'm not quite sure. But we're going to see this comfy here. Number 2. Ow, bit my tongue. Shouldn't be talking with food in my mouth. I should have listened to my parents. No. We're going to see a Jet Energy go away here. Going to grab the Rod. Good for Sam because he prized one. But I'm going to see the Nest Ball here. For probably a Tina, I'd have to imagine Sam is going to look for his notepad, I think, and take some prize notes here. So, obviously with a 75-minute timer, you're not too worried about running out of time, right? But I want to see the Greninja grab off of this nest ball. Hype you up. Looking forward to the weekend too. It's gonna be good. Hosting a tournament at my place locally this weekend. Doesn't matter to anyone here, but you know, context, I guess. We're gonna see the pass from Sam here, and I don't know why the camera has been shaking so much this entire time. But I guess production is just, oh my god, okay. Why is this camera shaking so much? Calm down. Like, it's actually moving. Jesus, okay. Yeah, so John, gonna prize check here, of course. Sam's board is fine. Sam's board is okay for turn 1, right? You have both the Greninja and the Giratina in play. The Greninja primarily is really, really good to be able to punish this this cram if John does go for an escape rope, right? It's not really like a punishing the cram, but just kind of defend against the cram. You get to take the hit with the Greninja. So there is that, but if John does get this turn 1 spit, he is in a pretty good position as far as I can tell. He's gonna choose to take the Tina and the cram. So I'm assuming we do have we have a Comfy in our hand and another Tina as well. So quite good. Quite a mediocre Chorus though. Not really any switching cards or anything. We got an Energy, Gate, Rod. Yeah, I think we're gonna get rid of Nest and Rod. It seems kind of rough to me. But I mean, what else can you do here? Bro, you can't say that. Yeah, it's gonna be the Nest and the Super Rod here. I'm gonna see a Flower Selecting. We're gonna need a Manaphy and a Mirage Gate. Gotta take the Manaphy, man. Unless we're not playing a Jirachi, but yeah, it's gonna be the Manaphy grab here. The camera's real shit. I want to see double energy off of this Flower Selecting for John. That's so rough. John just needed a single switch card. Of course, that'd be way too much to ask for. Of course. And yeah, it's just going to be a pass of the turn. TT doesn't play for John.
is good, but it's pretty much the only good thing about his board here. His hand is also very mediocre, but we're going to see a block stand to the Lost Zone. Sam now pretty much committed to playing from ahead. It's going to be a comfy sacrifice for John. That's quite interesting. I kind of half assumed that he would be grabbing Tina, but I guess now that Sam... I guess that Sam's going ahead. I think John might not have a switch card in hand. Oh, he has a Colress in hand. Okay, so he has a Colress in hand. So he's like doing something. We are going to see a Jet, so we're going to see the third comfy of the turn for Sam. Doesn't need to find an Altakramaret. I'm not sure if he has it, but he is down effectively 3 Nest Balls already. So, because he has 2 in the prize cards. Yeah, it's looking like a pass for Sam here. And all of a sudden, John, back in a good spot. Top deck the Colress after already having a Colress. So, yeah, not great. Not great off that Colress. There's a Jet Energy, so we're doing something here, which is quite nice. But I think it's going to be... We have a switch card as well. Roxanne and... Okay, it's going to be the switch card and the Pokegear. Seems good to me. You have a Colress in your hand. You have a Roxanne in your hand. Jet Energy is going to give you more value than the switch card this turn, so it's just a better grab. Definitely get rid of the Comfy over the Tina V-Star, 100%. You're just going to evolve both Tinas. Yep, sounds good. And I think just Jet to bench Comfy. You know, get your number 8, and then next turn with a Colress, you're where you need to be. This is another rough one for John. You're already down a switch card in the discard pile. You also kind of want to leave a little bit just to, you know, give yourself some proofing against this Sableye, but is going to get rid of the Counter Catcher. Also kind of sucks, but could be worse. And we're just going to see Spit innocently, and now John is going to lead the prize trade. So let's see how this goes. We're going to see a Gate to the Lost Zone for Sam and a Colress being played. This Colress is going to need to find him something that has, of course, double Grass Energy, because God forbid we had a good Colress, right? Yeah, double Giratina on the board turn 1 is great in Mirror for sure. Getting down early, being able to threaten stuff early is very important, but I'm going to have to Lost Zone a Grass Energy for Sam here, and a Battle VIP pass, so... Yeah, all of the energy is in the world in Sam's hand. Not looking too hot. Yeah, I mean, if you're Sam here and you're not cramming, I mean, what are you doing here as Sam? It's gonna have to be like some Castain Roxanne stuff, surely, right? What? I mean, is that enough here? There's gonna be a Tina benched, attach a retreat, and then what? What are we seeing here? If you gets rid of VIP and grabs a Colress, well, I mean, it's fine for next turn, but it's going to be a pass back to John, who's now definitely in a good spot. Let's start establishing these Tinas. You can establish both Tinas here. You know, the Roxanne counter catcher stuff just won't matter that much if he can respond, so... Yeah, we're going to see the Psychic and the Water Grab. I believe he has Grass in hand. Yep, he's eyeing it up. Another Gate as well. We took a look in the deck. I believe there's a Psychic and Grass as well, I just saw. Contemplating whether or not he wants to go back in, but I think yeah, he's going to go back in and go Psychic Grass to the other Tina, and then Water, or Grass, sorry, to the Tina with Water is the line. I'm assuming John is going to go pick here, but let's see what we got. It's just going to go one there, and yeah, one to the other Tina, and then probably attach Grass to the Tina with 1. I'm maybe going to hold it for now, but we'll probably do it here in a bit. Maybe once to keep Jet Energy available. He sees like a million energies off the Pokegear, but does find the boss. Might be a really, really good grab here. So, I think for John, you want to keep the Jet Energy as an option. But in this case, it's just not going to be used. And we are going to see a Lost Impact. John is now going to go to 3 prize cards, I believe, right? Yeah. And 10 in Lost Zone. So, now John, yes, he's going down to 3. He's obviously going to be vulnerable to a Roxanne play. But now with a bench Tina completely powered up and the active Tina only needing a single Psychic to do the same, it's looking really, really, really bad for Sam. I think if I'm Sam here, I'm not liking my odds, but we're going to see this Rod first, and then a Gate, and then an Attachment, and a Catcher, and a Roxanne. Yeah, so he has what he needs to have. And now John is unfortunately at the mercy of the Pokemon gods, not in control of his own fate. He's done everything he can to set up a board that can win him this game, right? I mean, really, everything you can do, he has done, for sure, right? Unfortunately, just couldn't get that last Psychic Energy. Don't think it's much of a choice, unfortunately, but we're going to see a comfy top deck, or not comfy top deck, a comfy promotion. We had Path Nest Ball before top deck. I didn't quite catch the top deck, but I'm sure we'll see it in just a second. I think for John here, I'd actually really, really like to see a Sableye bench. I'm not quite sure I like the Tina V. Yeah, I would prefer to see the Sableye on the bench. The reason for that is that I guess you're trying to play around Sam. I guess you're trying to play around Sam having a response to your Tina, or the ability to kill your Tina this turn. But I still like to see the Sableye just to have the Sableye into play. Have it as an option, but we're going to see a second selecting here. It's going to be Path and Grass MG. Pretty much useless. I think it's Comfy Grass Path in John's hand. We've already attached Retreated, if I'm not mistaken. No, we used Rod, so... not Rod, Rope, I should say. So, John can still spit at this Tina, but I just don't know what you achieve with that as John. There's an argument to be made for attaching Grass to the Tina without any energy, but might be a waste of a resource is the problem. So we're going to see Sam, of course, get rid of this Path. The Path kind of useless to both players at this point. It's just kind of there to look cute, I guess. And yeah, I mean, what do you do as Sam here, right? Like, I guess Nest Ball. I mean, you kind of don't care about knockouts that aren't 2-price knockouts. If anything, I don't think you ever want to take a 1-price knockout because you'd be playing into a potential Roxanne on John's end. So yeah, I mean, Sableye seems fine, right? But really only just to set up like the Manaphy and the Comfy probably. But you really shouldn't be taking knockouts with this. I'd love to see 6/6 on bench Comfy and Manaphy. I think that'd be an awesome play. Evolving here is great. Or we're knocking out the Cram. Okay, I want to pause here for a second. Why are we knocking out Cram? Let's get into to Sam's headspace here. So you're knocking out the Cram, you're going into 3. And then what? Like, why is the Cram threatening? So John, I guess it's because you don't want John to respond to your Sableye, but I think as Sam, you kind of have to expect John to respond to the Sableye, right? Like, you're not ever winning the price trade. I think that's a very defensive play. I guess John, no, because John can just Sableye, use his own Sableye, right? To be fair, I guess if you had gone for the 6/6 play that I originally proposed, you're now forced to Sableye again. But if you are in a position where you can Sableye twice as Sam, though, then it doesn't matter that the first one gets knocked out. Because then you take another 2-prize knockout with a 1-prize into the active, and now Sam is going to be, if John does take the knockout on Sableye, John needs Boss to win the game. He can't do it with Counter Catcher. So I think I would have gone for the Sableye play. We'll see how this goes. If John has a another Cram, a follow-up to this, or a Sableye in the active, then this is really bad for Sam. If John doesn't have it, then this becomes really good for Sam, right? Kind of goes without saying. So Sam kind of decided like that his win condition is that John doesn't have an attack here, right? But we're gonna get rid of the Sableye, which is quite rough. I think John kind of got punished for not nest balling for the second Tina here. Yeah, I think that was a misplay originally, and I kind of stand by that because this second Tina on the bench was that Sableye that was now in the Lost Zone. If you had the switch, you'd have the Psychic Energy to be able to respond to this active Sableye. You probably knock out Sableye and put 40 on whatever, right? You go down to 2, and then you just knock out one of these Tinas the second they come up. Now, obviously, you wouldn't have had the second Tina, so you'd be vulnerable to some stuff, but if you do go 80-40, you have these two Comfies, you're then able to go second Sableye, because if they go knockout Tina, you still have your Sableye, and you just go pick up both Comfies, win the game, right? So you'd have to Sam would have to be forced you to switch card as well, which you just burned another switch card. So yeah, I think John definitely misplayed by getting the second Tina, but it's gonna be a Jet Energy and a Battle VIP pass here. And now what for John? We're gonna see the Jet Energy. Be Jet Energy switch. It's just not. I mean, not what John wants to see here. I guess you could probably Star Requiem the Sableye. Now you're passing. I really don't like passing here. Like I know John doesn't want to yeah, I mean John doesn't want to knock out this one prize right here with his Giratina, but I just think he has to at this point, right? And then like yeah, you're expecting Sam's Tina to respond to your Tina, and you need your Tina to respond to their Tina, right? Or you could save life for game. Or no, you wouldn't be able to save life for game. You'd have to take out your brush knockout. So this is rough. But I mean that's like the intricacies of this mirror match, right? I think John made like a singular mistake, maybe, and is getting punished for it quite hard by Sam. So we're gonna see. I think it was 2 chorus off of that Comfy. So yeah, it's gonna be the boss though onto the Tina V, of course. I can't help but wonder why it's not Tina V star. Oh, it's because we're going for a Sableye play. So Sam, of course, does not have the Psychic Energy for his Giratina, and is going to opt to use Sableye here, which is probably correct here because you do get to go to 2 prize cards, and also put yourself in a position where if John does not retreat this Giratina, you will just win on the Sableye. So, yeah, quite the rough board state. We do have a switch for John, but it's not great. We do have to kill something this turn for John though. Like it's just you just have to. There is a Roxanne, but it being paired with that Rod is really really rough. I believe John's already down a Rod in the Lost Zone. He's gonna have to get rid of another one. I think we're gonna have to see just a Roxanne play, knockout active, and frankly just hope that that Sam doesn't find Psychic. That's probably where we're at. Both players checking their discard pile over and over again, make sure they have all the resources they need to have. But John is just going to opt to play this Roxanne without attaching the energies. I guess it makes sense, right? You want to have energy either to attack or attach to active to retreat, or to attack with one of the Vegetinas. Maybe digging for a Sableye, but I don't see out there. There is a Nest Ball and a Psychic, but I do not think John has anything for this. Hand seems dead. There's a Greninja. What are we even digging for this office Greninja? And also you have to bump path.
Yeah, so we have okay. So here's the line. We have boss in deck. We have jet and no, we have both jet and boss in deck. So if Sam doesn't have it, then John can dig for the resources next turn. But we're gonna see the gate. And this is just gonna be grass and psychic and water. And yeah, Sam is gonna go up game one. So yeah, yep, exactly. No, I agree with that. I don't know how to pronounce that, but Hooks, if we're gonna be a little Danish about it. Uh, but yeah, no. 2-2-2 is absolutely correct on Sam's end for sure. You can set up for that Sableye. You're gonna force John to actually kill the damn Sableye, which he was just refusing to do earlier. Which um, I don't really know if I agree with it on John's end, right? I mean, obviously, killing the Sableye in that game would have put you in a super awkward spot, but I think it's a spot you kind of had to be in, right? Passing too much just uh, made it so that John, really couldn't respond to much, or really couldn't do much. Like gave Sam the lead, and then Sam, took the lead and ran with it. So going into game two, let's see what's gonna happen here. A lot of energies prized for John, but double rod prized for Sam might be really rough, especially with two energies. Oh, that is not what I meant to click. That's a cool artwork though. Uh, let's see here. We're gonna go back there. Done. Okay. So come on. Thank you. All right. So Sam going first. Of course, John lost, so he's going to choose for Sam to go first, which seems, smart. Let's see the nest ball grab here. And then what? What's going on in Sam's hand right now? We're going to see a price check here, so we're just going to skip through all that. And we're going to see a Comfy off the nest. And it seems like a detached retreat and a flower selecting. And what do we got here? What do we got here, Sam? Show the camera. It's going to be a Jet Energy and a Greninja. So he's going to choose to keep the Greninja. Seems reasonable, seems fine. You do want to have that option, of course. Probably not ever going to get to attack with it, but cards are cards, right? So we're going to see a pass over to John. Not the greatest hand. We're going to see a Colress, though, so that is quite nice. So John is going to get to play Pokemon this game. And yeah, we're going to see the flower, not the flower select, the Colress, quite a lot of energy. There is at least a switch card and a Comfy. We do have the Jet in hand though, so maybe we don't prioritize the Escape Rope. I think you probably get rid of Water Rope, maybe Grass Rope, but I think Water Rope seems fine. I think that's what John is opting for here, yeah. So this is just going to be a Jet into the active. We're trying to see a Cram Out. That is not a Cram Out. Those two unplayable cards, but cards that you're definitely going to need later in the game. So John's just kind of debate this. If John doesn't cram this turn, I would like to see the Roxanne keep. If he does cram this turn, I would like to see the Boss keep. But it's going to be the Roxanne keep. But he doesn't have the Nest Ball. So maybe, I don't know. I can't help but kind of disagree with this play. I'd personally really like to have kept the Boss if you are planning on playing this game from ahead, which it does seem John is if he is going for this cram. He would like to kind of run away with a lead if possible, right? Especially if Sam isn't in a position to respond to cram, then yeah, John will want to have the Boss. So we're gonna grab the Tina though instead. Okay, now this is interesting. Is shuffling up, so isn't even gonna grab the Cramorants. So I think John here is actually gonna make the commitment to play this game as a comeback game. Kind of saying like, hey, I want to play from behind, and I'm gonna make the call that that's how my deck functions the best. So John is gonna pass despite having the turn one Cram, which is really, really, really interesting. I don't know that I agree with it necessarily, but I want to see how this plays out because I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's entirely wrong. Like it's definitely a good play, right? Yeah. I don't think it's play automate though, for sure.
one last thing. I want to focus on what Sam's doing, but I'm gonna pause this. Thank you. One thing though is like if you are as John going to go for that defensive option, right, and basically say like, hey, I am choosing not to go for the crown. I'm gonna instead set up this Tina. I'm gonna grab the Roxanne instead of the boss, and I'm going to commit myself to a comeback game. Right now, of course, committing yourself to a comeback game as Tina is kind of like a water being wet, right? Like it's the comeback deck. But in the Tina mirror, it's always this weird flip flop on whether or not you want to play from ahead or you want to play from behind, right? Because to win the game, you have to be ahead, but you know you also know how susceptible your own deck is to the hand disruption, so it's weird, right? But I think if John from the start knows like, hey, I'm expecting to go behind, I would not hated to see John choose to go first, but I guess choosing to go second, you do get the chorus first, which means you get to thin more cards in your deck, which means that you're more likely to have the cards you need for the turn where you're trying to, completely mess up Sam's board. So it kind of goes either way, but it's an interesting discussion, right? Like what's actually correct here for John, right? Because he's definitely playing this maybe a bit more unorthodox, which I mean is often what you have to do to win a tournament like this, especially in a mirror. So regardless, we're going to see Sam keep checking along with these flower select things. Nothing seems to be super bad. Discard Y or lost on Ys, and Sam is just going to go for the gram. Sam's not going to hesitate. Just going to spit at this Comfy. And now John's going to draw for turn. Now John needs to be spitting back. So John does get to play from behind. He does get to activate Counter Catcher. He's going to activate Roxanne first. So yeah. John's hand is still not great. It's going to be the Manaphy and I believe a Jet Energy? No, it can't be, right? No, it says Manaphy Jet Energy, yeah. Which is rough because the hand is really bad. The hand is actually quite bad. So yeah, we're going to evolve this Tina, kind of like just saying you can't... Yeah, I mean, I personally wouldn't have hated going like switch attach into Tina Abyss Seeking, but I mean putting your Tina in the active here feels so rough. And of course the rope's gonna come down for Sam. He's gonna go for this Manaphy, put on the pressure here. And we're gonna see a flower selecting get rid of another VIP pass, so quite okay for Sam. We're gonna see a Mirage Gate. Well, it's time for Sam to power up these Tinas, put up some pressure. Of course, is not going to be able to gust unless he has the raw boss, which I don't think he has. Well, has he? I don't think he's chorused yet though this turn, so maybe he does have the raw boss. It's not impossible. Does he have it? He does have boss. He has boss V-Star Energy. Oh my god, he just has it. Okay. Wow. Yeah. That's rough. Oh, dude. Okay, I low-key wish I didn't know the result of this game. This is, I mean, how does John come back from this? It's just going to have to be this Roxanne. Yeah. Sam sitting here just needs the Psychic. Now, granted, there are two Psychics in Lost Zone, right? We're going to be entirely fair here. Two Psychics in Psychic in the Lost Zone. There's at least one Mirage Gate down. And I believe Sam got rid of one earlier, but I might just be mixing games together. What does John have here? We're going to see Raw Gear. Going to get rid of the Gear. That's probably the best call. I'm going to play this Rod, then get back. Tina Grass Energy. Seems reasonable. And then, what now, right? Like, what do you do here as John? We're just going to bench Comfy, Jet to it, and it's going to be Chorus Psychic. I think you can keep the Chorus. You need that Psychic Energy too bad. Nope, it's going to be the Opta. Keep the Chorus. I'm going to guess if there's nothing else, but it's going to be a pass. So what does Sam have? We see a Grass to active and a Retreat into Cram and a Spit. Now that is interesting. That's a bit greedy, almost, actually. That's quite a lot of resource to get rid of, but we're going to see this Chorus from John. Not getting rid of anything too important. Well, the Comfy is a bit annoying. We're going to see a Flower Selecting. It's going to get rid of the Switch.
We need to see Gust for John here. I would really, really like to see Gust, like, either Tina V-Star or the Greninja. Either could work. We do see the Gust. There is a Gust there, yeah. And a Mirage Gate. It's going to be a Grass Water to Tina. Okay. So we do have a Psychic in hand for the Sableye, but not for our Tina yet. So that's not... It's not great for John. I mean, John is playing to his outs, right? You have to give credit to John. He's absolutely playing to his outs. He realizes, like, hey, this Sableye play is my way out. And now he's actually punishing Sam quite a lot for that retreat play earlier. But of course, we don't know what's in Sam's hand. He's hiding it quite well. So it is quite hard to tell. But there's a real chance off that Roxanne Sam was forced to retreat. But regardless, now this Tina is just not that dangerous. I do see Gate and Psychic Energy, but definitely John there getting rid of the Cramorant is correct because you just need to stop Sam from attacking at all costs here. That is what John is doing, or at least attempting to do. So let's see, what's the grab here for Nest Ball for Sam? Give me a Comfy-eyed up, but yeah, no attackers. Third Comfy just isn't really accomplishing anything to the point where I'd almost like rather leave the spot open to like rod back a Cram. That is going to be the call for Sam. But it's still going to play this Mirage Gate. Attach one to the Tina. And now what? Why are we playing this Gate here, though? Actually, that's... Okay, we have Okay. So we are going to once again commit 2 energies to this. Just to be able to... Okay. We're going to see the Colress. Alright. Interesting. I actually quite like this from Sam. Like, the problem is that as Sam, like, yeah, this is a lot of resources to use, but the problem is that if you leave this Tina in the active, and you don't have a response to John's Tina, right? John's just gonna come in with his own Tina next turn, knock out your Tina. You don't have a response to it. He's gonna knock out your other Tina. You're gonna lose the game. So while Sam is using a lot of resources to keep his Tina V-Star out of the active spot, and these resources are gonna come bite him in the ass. 100%, right? There's no questioning it. He's kind of forced to do it, and this is just, kudos to John for forcing Sam into this position. And of course, John had to get lucky, right? Of course, John had to get lucky, but seeing the out and not getting too flustered, not getting too tilted, right? Really just trying to keep level head and play to the out. Like, this is hard enough in any game, but being down in a game in the finals and having to make these decisions, having to make these calls, is amazing work on John's end. Very, very well played for John, but of course it's not over yet. We are gonna have to see how this finishes. We see this chorus from Sam being played. Oh, he's still mid chorus, I think, right? Or is he? No, he's not. That's his hand. Okay. He's gonna opt to pass to John instead of playing. Yeah, because he already attached, right? He already attached return. What did we do here as John? We chorused. We'll get rid of Greninja VIP. Okay, I didn't see the VIP fast. Yeah, and then we evolved the Tina, and we have a Psychic, and we have another Roxanne, which is actually quite huge. Because Sam did just get the chorus. So you get to put this energy on the Tina, and then you probably Sableye. I guess killing double Comfy's fine, but I would actually really want to see, I want to see John. Oh wait, he used Chorus, so you can't use the Roxanne. Okay, yeah, ignore I ever said anything. Once again, John is just gonna have to hope that Sam doesn't have it, but one of Sam's rods might still be prized that we saw at the beginning there, prizing double rod. It's gonna make this, gonna make sure that this Mirage Gate in Sam's hand isn't active. We're gonna see a Jet into the Tina. This might just be an Abyss Seeking. Yeah, nothing going on here for Sam. I think this is the part of the game where we have to question like whether or not there's something
Sam could have done better to just avoid being in the situation, but honestly, I don't see it. Like, I mean, sure, there's probably a couple micro decisions like Sam, could have changed, but I mean, at a general level, like, there's nothing here that Sam did really like all that wrong. He took the lead, right? Brick to the Roxanne. John, off of his own Roxanne, was able to start playing the game, and you know, is about to close it out. I mean, for all intents and purposes, he's gonna Roxanne here. He's gonna Roxanne to 2. He's gonna knock out this active Tina V, and I mean, Sam needs the absolute nut draw. I mean, we're talking just Rod Gate, right? Period. Or yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know what resources Sam has left at this point. There's so much that's already been played, but John now just has to, you know, hope that hope this Hail Mary works. I mean, I guess John could also go for the Sableye play here. I mean, that would mean that yeah, you could go for the Sableye as John. I think that might be the choice, but the problem with the Sableye play is that you're giving Sam an extra turn to draw it out of this Roxanne. So yeah, John is going to make the call and take the knockout. It's going to be Comfy into the active. I think that's a Colress off the top for Sam. Oh, but what now? What are we doing here? Colress, Gear, and what? What's the last card we got here? It's going to be the Pokegear. And a Colress is found. There's a second Colress. It's just thinning at this point. Both players lost, so it was just all over the place. Yep. That's gonna be a flower selecting first, and what are we finding here? A Comfy to discard is gonna hold the counter catcher. Okay. Kind of hoping that John takes a one price knockout and doesn't have boss, I guess, but yeah. Yeah, bad squid, I don't blame you. I'd have thought the same. We're going to see the Rod finally for Sam, but it's probably too late here. Gonna, yeah, get back those. What does Sam have in hand? I do remember him having a gate, though. But if he only has a gate, then he's going to be an energy short. What do we have here? We have Rod. We have another Rod. Yeah, it's going to be a pass. Does John have boss? Nest Ball. Is the boss in there? I'm not. No, I do see it. I think I see it. Does John see it? Yeah, it should be in there. John does have the boss in deck, so it's all you gotta hit, you know? How are we maximizing our odds to hit this boss as John, right? Like what do you even use the dig for this thing? Are you retreating into your Comfy? I'm gonna Rod. Just one Psychic, it seems. Not sure if that's correct, but we're gonna play this Gate and grab. Okay, never mind. So it's probably fine. Yeah, gonna make the call for. Oh, maybe nope. Grass active. I'm gonna go for his deck a little bit more. If he has a switch in hand, I like Grass Bench, but he doesn't have Grass Energy in hand to attach because he did not attach for turn yet. So might be the call to just retreat this Tina. Maybe Gear. If he has boss, he has it. There's the boss. Wow, what a game. What a game. Super well played on John's end. And frankly, I mean, Sam played well. I mean, I think Sam, took the lead, reasonably so, right? And just, John was able to find the line, find the Roxanne. Sam couldn't find anything off the Roxanne, right? A lot of turns worth of passing. And, yeah, I mean, by all means, that should have been an unwinnable game state. But John making it work. So let's see how this concludes. I do believe I caught how this final ended. Not last night. I was sound asleep at this point. But I'm fairly certain I do know how this ends. Being quite... Oh my god, okay.
This is quite the prize cards we're seeing here. Double Tina, double Tina V, Tina V Star, Cram, and I guess yeah, a double chorus on Sam's side. So this is just bad for everyone. But and both people both of them start Tina. So it'll be John going first this game. But look at Sam's hand for a second. There's not a lot. There's a chorus. There's just no other basics. No other outs to basics. Uh, and John's going to go for his prize cards and quickly realize there's a severe lack of Giratina V in here. Uh, but both of them kind of joking around with it. I don't know if John's directly telling Sam that this is how it is, but it's still kind of telegraphed, right? If you're starting Tina, you're probably going to try to Abyss Seeking, and if you're trying to Abyss Seeking, you're trying to put down multiple Tinas. So Sam's going to realize whether or not John tells him that, hey, I kind of don't have a lot of Giratinas here. We're going to see the switch card, so let's see what we got here. It's going to be VIP, and what was the last one? Can't quite see. It looks like a Super Rod for John. Quite the tough call to make this early in the game. I believe it's a triple rod for in John's deck, so might just have to go for it, but certainly not amazing. Yeah, definitely has to play this VIP. You're probably going to be grabbing, I guess, Manaphy and the Comfy is going to be the call here. I wouldn't hate seeing a Cram, but you kind of don't need the Cram yet, so as long as you're hitting Cram next turn, you're fine. Of course, we did see John play just fine without the Cram last game, but he's going to get Fruity Lost Zone, try to establish a lead, at least as far as the Lost Zone race is concerned. I want to see a Chorus from Sam, and once again, Sam's going to have 0 outs to Pokemon cards. Which is quite unfortunate. A lot of switch cards, but I mean, what does that accomplish at this point, right? I don't have anything to switch into. There's quite literally no out. So I'm just gonna have to see an Abyss Seeking after this. Is John gonna donk here? Path, attach, an Abyss Seeking. You gotta be sweating if you're John here. I know he's sweating. I've been in that situation, trying to donk at this point in the tournament, but. Let's see which we hit as John. Just as long as you don't have too many energy. I mean, he has just about everything, right? Is he Jet? And there's 2 energy. Okay, well, as long as John has kept track of the energy from his prize check, he should be fine here. We're going to see a switch cart. Doesn't matter what you take there. It's going to Nest Ball to confirm. We are at 7, and John's just going to slam it, right? Evolve. Gate, double energy, GG's, and rightfully deserved pop-off for John. Yeah, very, very, very well-deserved win. I talked about this at the beginning, right? But obviously, John has been fighting so hard for this win for so long, right? Yeah, it's really well-deserved. I respect John a lot as a player, and I'm really, really happy to see him finally get the big win, right? It was about time. It was about damn time for John, honestly. But super well deserved, super well played finals. Up for both sides, really. This was a great finals game. This was super, super good. This is like Tina Mirror 101, by the way. Like if you're trying to learn how to play Tina, you need to know the Tina Mirror, because obviously Tina's going to be everywhere after this finals. And this, I mean, this finals is going to be mandatory watching for any Tina player. Take notes, right? Watch VOD reviews from top players, not just myself, but I know, for example, Azul typically does VOD review tournament games. I'm expecting his VOD review to be up by like a couple days from now. So watch mine, watch his, watch the commentators. If someone else does a VOD review, watch it, right? If you're trying to learn Tina, you need to know this specific game like the back of your hand. 100%. I think it's a game that is worth memorizing if you're really, really trying to learn Tina. Maybe not like turn by turn, of course, but you should be taking notes on every single play both players made. Why not? What was a misplay? What wasn't a misplay? right? What cost Sam this game? What cost John game one, right? Like obviously in game three, there's nothing different that Sam could have done, but in game one we saw a really close back and forth with a comeback on Sam's side where Sam won. In game two, we saw a comeback on John's side where John won, which wasn't back and forth until John, pulls the Roxanne off and it just sticks like a charm, right? So an early takeaway is like maybe playing from behind is optimal in Tina Mirror, right? Like take that into account. But if you're trying to learn Tina, watch this game at least a couple times, right? But that aside, that's it for today's stream, guys. We've gone over the entire VOD of the Portland Regional Championship now. The day one VOD is going to be on the Twitch archives, of course, here on this channel for I guess a week, right? We did it yesterday, but of course it's also on my YouTube where it'll be forever, never disappearing, right? So you can go back and watch that. And of course this VOD will be uploaded to YouTube probably tomorrow, if I were to guess. So yeah, if you want to watch back a game, watch back what I have to say about the game, etc., etc. Both days worth of content will be on YouTube, but Portland Regionals was fun. A lot of good games, a lot of blowouts, right? A lot of bricks, unfortunately. That's just part of the game, right? But yeah, fun tournament, some good games, really, really close games. The finals was awesome. Really, really good finals. Great play from both players, but I won't talk about that anymore. I gotta go now. I'm 20 minutes past how long I normally stream. Gasp! I will not survive. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys tomorrow for yet another stream of me being a dumbass in front of the camera. All right, bye.